Chapter 49, Daily Life of a Main Character in Marvel. Disclaimer: I own nothing. This history have no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep, I am afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. Alexander, the Great. Third-person POV. Brazil, Carvalho Farm, middle of the night. In the residence of Hector's grandparents, everything looks calm as always. The sound of nocturnal animals is the only thing that is heard this far from big cities. Inside the main bedroom, the grandfather and grandmother are sleeping peacefully. Then, from the door's crevices, some sort of gas enters the bedroom silently. After some seconds of the gas acting, a male figure emerges from the shadows and walks to the bed. Then, the figure raises his two hands in the direction of the elderly couple and touches them. When the hands finally grow golden, Hector in his eidolon form is revealed. After a short time of 5 seconds, Hector takes his hands back. He sits on the edge of the bed and sighs, I don't even know if what I'm doing is right. If you two would want it. Eidolon sighs. Again. Since he has come back from the Mha/Mha world and has a good grasp of his powers, Hector has been using Rewind weekly to make his grandparents a semester young each session. Using other powers, like the ones from Inuyashiki, he has gradatively helped his grandparents' bodies, fixing old injuries, posture, helping with circulation and revitalizing some organs. Little by little, so that's not too much of a bizarre transformation. Now they're good as a very healthy 40-year-old and he plans to maintain them like that now. From the outside, their appearance hasn't changed a bit. I would never imagine that using powers is such a moral hassle. Using or not using. Telling or not telling. How far go? Ugh. He shakes his head. You too with your religious and other sensibilities may find it unnatural and wrong, but I'm not ready to lose you two yet. He closes his eyes for a time before standing up. His shadows move unnaturally and Ten Shadowkan appears in a kneeling position. Never be seen or heard. Protect them and alert me if anything happens. Eidolon says before disappearing. Only a day has passed since he acquired the Shadowkan, but their number is already increasing. Hector POV. Training Room 01, Zeta Space Station, orbit of Earth again. I repeat while seeing Cassandra crash into the ground. Let's say that I'm completing her training. I will repeat, she is very good. Is in her blood, daughter of Lady Shiva. And she was trained very harshly by her father, the kid of the arguably best fighter from DC with the best assassin. From an early age she was trained, even before she could speak, and for a long time she was maintained like that. The reason for that is increasing her capability of reading people and learning faster. She has excellent control of her body, as much as she can be similar to Taskmaster from Marvel, learned everything that I taught her easily, and to no surprise, she is mastering Nen and Haki easily too. She is a little faster than Psycho, but she is being trained personally by me. So this is how masters feel training their students, huh? Is a nice feeling. Well, the fact that she is a genius makes it easy too. Cassandra gets up without a problem and advances toward me. Middle way she bends her body backward, dodging a kick of my stand, D4C. She has been trained to use her eyes very well. She can predict the opponent's next moves by observing the slight change in the facial expressions, eyes, and other muscles. But against an invisible opponent? Someone that can disappear and appears seamlessly. Stands only touch other stands and what the user wants. They're like ghosts. Their attacks will not even dislocate the air if the users doesn't want it. First, I purposely made D4C touch the air to develop her sense of touch. Feeling the airflow, she catches up quickly. Now she is training observation haki. If she can, she could touch D4C, because I'm allowing it. But she will never hurt it using normal means. Sensing the danger, she is dodging very well, but she will be in a pinch at any moment because I'm slowly increasing the speed of D4C. Oh, she grabbed D4C's arm and contorted herself and is going for a submission, trying to choke him. Sorry, my dear. But a stand is not a person. Using tremendous flexibility, D4C leg enters the space between his neck and the leg that is almost clamping on him. Bam! He then forcefully lowers his leg, making all of Cassandra's form crumble, and she hits the ground again. Again. I repeat, she glares at me for a moment before attacking again. No, I'm not being harsh on her. She hasn't been hurt and I'm not training her to kill anyone. Just to defend herself. That's her issue, by the way. Her father taught her very well and she is so talented that her capability of reading people borders empathic powers. When she completed her training, her father sent her to kill someone. The feedback of the feelings that the target and his close familiars felt at that moment assaulted her. She felt they despair and other negative feelings. So she discovered that she doesn't like that not even a little and run away. She went to Gotham where she would eventually be part of the Bat family, but she died before it. Typical Gotham. Black Bat was her name but doesn't sound right. What code name should I give her? Watching her dodging the stand attacks and remembering how she played with the Shadowcon. Hey, I know the perfect name. In my other life I obviously played games online. But I'm most a fan of single-player open-world games. Multiplayer games online were not my cup of tea. CS, LOL, but I played when my friends called me. And I was pretty good. There's a champion that a friend of mine mained. And he called me to duo to help him climb. I played with Vlad if I want to win 100%. Very OPO. I wonder if I can gain him if I getting myself involved with vampires here in Marvel. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. Is a quote of my friend Maine that gave me the idea of her name. Hitting me is like boxing the shadows. Vane Cassandra's hero name will be Shadow. Hey is funny because Vane was inspired in Batman. I even laugh about it when I made Helen a suit and crossbow. And remembering Vladimir, I raise my hand to Cassandra that was still fighting her invisible enemy. My fingers opens fast and then I slowly flex it. She stops midair and starts trembling. Like a puppet, her limbs starting going in awkward angles. Her eyes widens. What are you panic for? I shout. You can fight it. Bloodbending. Maybe is because my life force/chi is very strong. Or maybe is the Gatcha. But I need no full moon to use it. Cassandra grits her teeth and starts resisting. In One Punch Man, Garou resisted Psycho's telekinesis with his own vitality, breaking his limit. Using Nin/Chi/Chi/life force or other of these types of energy is possible to break control of bloodbending. Is your own body, your own blood, yours? No one else's. I say. She slowly starts straightening herself while trembling and sweating. Arg. With an uncharacteristically shout she breaks free completely and falls in the ground panting. Still standing, albeit with the hands on the thighs while breathing heavily. Very good. Good job, Cassandra. I praise and approach her. I hope that you know that I'm being harsh with you so that you don't suffer in the hands of someone else. She looks at me. The training against invisible enemies, the meditation, breaking free of someone control. Everything is so that you are never at anyone's mercy. She nods. And I even notice her relationship loyalty increasing. I have a gift for you, I say, making her look at me with more attention. I taught you summon and haki but don't give you any power. You know why? I ask. Like expected, she doesn't respond. Essie is too accustomed in not talking. But she tilts her head, so that's mean that she is participating in the conversation. You're a very well-rounded fighter. That means there isn't too much that I can give you to cover your weakness. So the durability and power that you gain from Nin and haki is enough for now. No need to overload you with powers. By the way, she is an enhancer, like Psycho. She has less aura than Psycho though. But you also have no specialization. I gave Helena some powers to help her use her crossbow better. But you are not like her. Eventually, I will give you a power to fly in the sky with me. I say. Oh, her eyes widened a little. Is she interested? But flying and fighting is very hard. To not overload you again, let's leave this power for later. Hey, is she pouting? Cute. I decided on a name for you and a corresponding power as a gift. I raise my hand to touch her head shadow. That will be your code name. I say while I transfer to her black. The power of Kurohiro Shii from Class 1B from UA allows the user to merge his body in anything dark colored. I use his power to blend and get out of the shadows Batman style. Helena always shakes her head when I do it. Hehe. Finishing the process, I notice that her skin didn't become pitch black. Good. No side effects, just like me. She looks at her hands in confusion. Noticing something extra? Let me make a demonstration. I speak, attracting her attention. I wave my hand. A bunch of miscellaneous objects fly off my sky poison pearl and lands on the ground in a mess. I walk to them and merge with a bowling ball. Your new power allows you to merge with anything black. Object, shadows. I move to the shadow of a desk. Even allow you to move it like your own body. I don't need to tell it weakness. I get out and put everything back in my storage. You will fight mostly at night. With this power you have many forms of approach you opponent, but most importantly, you will have many means to run away to. I look at her seriously. Always prioritize your own safety. She nods. Go take a bath. We will collect your new suit with Edna before dinner. Familiarize yourself with your new power too. Playing around with it is a good way as any. I say and she nods. Before going to the showers, I stay even after she leaves the training room. I want to try something. Cortana. Yes. She appears at my side. Instantly seal all the doors and vents of this room. I say it's done. She replies instantly. Good. I say while raising my hand. In the back of it, a black circle starts to appear. The circle gains volume and then a disc simply pops off the back of my hand. Ultimate Echo power. I don't need all of his physiology, only the discs. And damn, these things can pack a punch. Different from the black and blue in the cartoon, this disc is black and white to match with me, making the disc floats at my front. It points to the wall of the training room. Beyond the wall is the vacuum of space. Testing. I say just to warn Cortana. Zen. Boom, a hole big enough that a yacht would pass without problem is open on the wall of the training room. The alarms and siren ring. The air of the room is sucked fastly to the outside, but I remain unmovable. Stop the alarms. I say, to Cortana using technopathy. Everything is deactivated and I float slowly to the huge hole that I just made. You have questions, I presume. I ask. Cortana nods. Things that I gained with my power can self-repair. I just want to test it. I say dismissively. Watch the process closely, please. Will be done. She replies. I watch the edges of the hole, trying to see if it's regenerating or something, but not change till now. Maybe it takes some time to start. Or maybe simply repair itself instantly at some point. I can see that Cortana is making a strange expression. But when she opens her mouth, she only asks, is this the limit of attack potency of these discs? Nope, I easily blew up a mountain back there. With one of these, I can make a lot. By the way, is easy to destroy a city in a few rounds. I comment while retrieving the scattered parts of the station. I want to see if they simply disappear, stay, or regroup back to repair. From what you said and taking in consideration the area where the humans live on the planet, should take 7.192 of these discs to completely wipe out humanity in some minutes. She comments. A very morbid thought, Cortana. But she is right. Humans inhabit only a small percentage of the planet. And humans are fragile. Very fragile. When I first tested Echo's discs I did it in the open ocean. And let's say, it seemed that I used a nuke for illegal fishing. In some seconds tons and tons of fish started floating on the surface. Dead. Obviously, I don't waste food and everything is now in the sky. Poison pearl to be food to Cathalhu. And I even boosted the fertility of the endangered species. Is not any big secret, but I'm a scary motherfucker. But you're still underestimating me a little. I finish talking and make the floating disc grow in size, becoming as big as me. I'm really dangerous. I was not bluffing when I threatened that scrawl. A big empire fighting me must be a nightmare. There's a truth hard to swallow for all fans of comics. Someone strong can lose a fight to someone weaker than them. For many reasons, obvious weakness, lack of preparation, or prepare of the other part. Spider-Man recently has his ass kicked by Craven here. He won in the end, it shouldn't be that close. So is always possible to lose. You can be overwhelmed by numbers, most common way of defeating the big villain, have a field disadvantage, traps, overpowered weapons/artifacts/items, be tricked and much more. But me? Haha. First, I'm not arrogant. I literally run simulations on ways to kill myself to make countermeasures. So I know that I'm very hard to be defeated by people weaker than me. Fighting against an entire galaxy? No problem. Would be easier than fighting against the Hulk. I can teleport, blend in the shadows, dive into the ground, shapeshift, become invisible, intangible, super small and much, much more. How can a big empire fight against my guerrilla tactics? Making clones and gigantification are low-key dangerous powers. Because of the potential of combinations. I can detach my hand, multiple it 1,000 of times, make it bigger as possible and then rain destruction from the sky. Or I just need to touch the ground of a planet and decay the whole thing in 2 hours. Throw plagues and poison. Or simply fly fast. enough from one point to the other on the planet and destroy it, and simply continue my path, untraceable and undetected. Oh, but they have super advanced technology, Hector. Give me some weeks infiltrating and I can take over everything and make my job even easy. Even learning from them. Kree or Skrull. No problem. I realized that someone's power level is not always befitting his threat level. My power level is, probably, planetary. But my threat level? Heh. I'm a galactic level threat. Now, the Shi'ar Empire would be more complicated. There's limited information in the Chitauri database, but coupling with my meta-knowledge I can say that the Shi'ar are very similar to the Roman Empire. Different from the Kree and Skrull that subjugates the conquered planets and even treat the people like slave or lessers. The Shi'ar annexed them and their culture. They encourage marriage interspecies and maintain the conquered people's culture and religion intact. But they always preach that the empire is above everything. A interesting take. Obviously, there are conflicts of race, religion, and culture. But everything is small beyond the empire. But the royal family still has the big fist to shut up everyone if things get off hand. And because of this the Y are so strong. And have strong individuals too. Reweebnal.c Sigma M like the Gladiator, another ripoff of Superman. A race full of Supermans, in truth. Strontians are the name. Not something that I want to confront now, but I already have my means. Huff strong races, galactic empires, space pirates, Thanos. Cortana, how is the progress in the drone project? I ask. Only 12 are completed and ready to be used, Master. She answers. I nod in acknowledgement. Well, 12 is not a bad number when you consider that these drones are not small. They are big as a rocket. Inspired by Syndrome's Omnidroids. I will call them Omnidrones. They're big and round and can fly in an omnidirectional way. The thing is that there are thousands and thousands of smaller drones inside that can be released to patrol, investigate, and collect things. They look a little like octopus, because tentacles are the most efficient limb. 12. I can already send one to each planet in the solar system. But maybe investigating Jupiter's moons can bring trouble. Venus also has Olympians, right? Or I'm crazy. Deploy 5 of them to monitor Earth, Mars, Pluto, Venus, and the Moon. Earth and Moon's ones just to patrol. Invasive investigation in the other planets. And control manually the one going to Venus. Self-destructed in case of a shadow of trouble. I give the instructions. Will be done, Master. And the rest just release them and maintain them in standby in space. With the system on to detect movement. Space is huge, very huge. If something big is detected, I want to know. Oh, and discreetly clean the space trash in Earth's orbit please. I remember, there's a huge amount of things just floating in our orbit, yes. Is her reply. I look at her. I can feel that something is weird with her. Maybe is our technopathic connection. What is bothering you, Cortana? I finally ask and look at her directly. It's nothing worth attention. She replies. I give her a look. Seriously? Standard women reply. I will not fall for that. Go on. Let's solve it. I say. She is different from what I expected. She is not all robotic. If I was damaged or destroyed, would I be restored? Or simply a new Cortana will be made or brought as a substitute? She asks. Well, to this I have no answer. Cortana is a hybrid, according to the essence. She is an object at the same time she is a character. If an item, like this space station, be completely destroyed, I don't know if would be replaced by another. Now, what if some of my summons die? Now this a sad thought. Damn, I don't want to think about this. But I am me. And I need to think about it. The essence didn't said what would happen to a summon that died. I feel that the essence banalizes a little too much everything, so is possible that there's some sort of resurrection of summons card that I have still not gained. Maybe I will receive another copy. With the infinite possibilities of the fictional omniverse, I still haven't received a double. Another card of the same. A second Shago for example. How would it work? If I summon the Shago too, she will have the exact same personality? Or will be a little different? Well, I think is useless to think about it. Shago would probably kill her self. I'm the only Shago that you need, bitch. I can almost hear her voice saying it. And dying of old age? I mean, if I don't help, many of my summons will eventually die. What will happen? I will receive a new one? Or is simply an expected expiration date of mortal characters? Ugh. This is dark. I always felt that to the essence everything is trivial, so is not a surprise that it doesn't care about this. Well, I still need to answer Cortana. Cogito, ergo sum. I say to her I think, therefore I am. She translates easily and smiles at me. Is always nice to talk with smart people. You're alive, Cortana. I felt it and I know it. And I want it. I say seriously, you are more than what you are previously, even I noticed it, so you must have noticed too. If you're damaged you will be repaired without a problem and without loss of identity. I say with certainty. She continues smiling and then nods. And to seal the deal, are you already uploaded in the space station, right? I ask yes, is my secondary hotspot. She says. Good. Is my reply and I raise my hand in the air. A hole torn red in space, one of the powers that I acquired in the Incredibles world, and I put my hand in it. When I take it back, Cortana disc is in my hand. This is. I touch it and it's opened, forming a cylinder. Inside the cylinder a small Cortana is in fetal position resting. I nod and close the cylinder again, making it a disc. Using one of my powers I shrink it, making it very small. Then with my other hand, I touch the left side of my chest and run my fingers in a straight line. A zipper is open on my chest. Bucciardi stand ability, sticky fingers. Inside of the zipper is possible to see a blue pocket space. Inserting my hand in it I pull out my beating heart still connected with my body by the venas and veins. With good control, I can isolate certain organs of a body. By the way, inside the sky poison pearl, I have a bunch of spare body parts to replace lost ones in the case of something messing with my healing factor and other ways of healing. I'm too much paranoid? I mean, everyone would carry spare parts of himself around if they can, right? Right? I'm not weird. Opening another zipper in my heart I insert Cortana's main body in it and close again. There. The safest place that I can think. I say while my heart goes back to its place. Well, not entirely true. The safest place would be inside my skull but I'm not letting her there, physically at least. No problems with the connection. I ask the slightly shocked AI. She shakes her head. I go a little beyond and connect to her via technopathy, allowing her an isolated room in my mind, where she can contact me directly and pass on information. I would never do that if the relationship loyalty isn't 10/10 and if I haven't seen how she acts in these couple of days. Master, I hear her saying softly, is not a big problem. Much more convenient than having an earpiece all the time or a chip on my neck, like Stark will do when he needs to upgrade his armors. Like a tech symbiote, she can help me ward off cyber attacks on my suits and other kinds of stuff more easily. Cortana, I really don't know what will happen if you're destroyed and I would never risk testing with you. So let's do like that. You help and protect me and I protect you and we will never discover. I laugh, making her smile. I will be in your care, Master. She repeats the word that I said to her in our first encounter. Is a problem to put an object inside my body? Normally would be. But is a thing from the essence, so no one can use it if I do not allow it. That means that even Magneto-Omega level electromagnetism is ineffective in it. And even if someone uses this weakness to hurt me, my heart is not that important to me. Yeah, we, humans, are simply our nervous system in a meat suit. And I take this to the extreme. I can easily move my blood without my heart, no biggie. I look into the space and think about ways that someone can kill me. Yep, only someone overwhelming and more powerful than me has a chance in accomplishing that. France, Paris, you finally come to visit, huh? Only remember that I exist when you need something. Typical. Edna mode grumbles and scoffs while she leads me and Cassandra in her home. Is a somewhat luxurious home. Not as impressive as the one that the other Edna in the Incredible world has, but here she is only starting. That's not true. I always contact you. I roll my eyes at her. All you talk is about ideas to suits and blah, blah, blah. She makes a face before opening a secret elevator. In the wall. I'm the one that built her hidden lab for her. What would you expect? Is your interest? Yeah, but you can come to a tea. Is always work to you. She responds while we go down and you, darling, is he tiring you too much? You can snitch on him to me. She turns to Cassandra and smiles. No. She responds. Why did you respond to her so easily? Sometimes I just get a shake or a nod of her head. Don't be afraid to tell me, dear. We can bully him back. Together. She exclaims, why I'm the villain here. I say, obviously, us women will unite against you, darling. Woe to you, you surround yourself with women. You will never win any argument in your life? Haha. With the ping of the elevator, she gets out laughing. Don't stare at me like that. Is not on purpose, that. Is mostly women. Yes, yes. You are graceful like a butterfly with the sting of a wasp. Edna exclaims while we watch Cassandra tries her new suit. We are sitting and watching Cassandra try every move on the book on my Shadowcon. Her suit is the typical ninja style, with yellow details. She has a half mask like mine and can put on a hood too. If she wants to cover her eyes, there's futurist glasses that I designed with Edna, that has telescopic vision, infrared vision, and is connected with Cortana. This is a thing that I thought before, there's no need to overwhelm someone with powers that can easily be replaced by technology. Not everyone is me, that can have all these powers with no problems. What is the name that you decided for her? Edna asks at my side. Shadow. So common. Lacks impact. There's no need for impact. That's not her style. Okay, if you say so. Edna goes to draw something on her tablet and across the room, a robotic arm descends and draws something quickly on the table and brings to us. Is a utility belt, similar to mine but slimmer. What it drawn is an S in the middle of the buckle, in the same style as my E. Well, she, being your sidekick. Fit, huh? Edna asks. Is good. By the way, I read that you won some sort of competition. I comment, yeah, an amateur thing. I was almost bullying the other designers. She says dismissively, I wanted to present my work to the high people already, but they don't even deign to look at me. So I need to present my talents to the world first. She says with annoyance, HMPF. That. People couldn't gauge my talents even if I condensed it in a club and beat them on their face with it. She says while using her hands to show how she would beat some people with a bat. Wow, she's so into it. After she panted a little from the exertion, she turns to me anyway. Now that I have been seen will be a piece of cake to reach the top. Mwah. She brags, is the fashion world dangerous? Did you need more protection? I ask. She smiles at me and replies, no problem, darling. I'm on this game for longer than you've ever lived. I just shrug my shoulders, but say to Cortana to investigate everyone that works in the fashion industry. By the way, you want to dinner with us? We are experimenting the food of a new chef. I can assure you that will be good. I invite her. If you say so. Darling. Who I'm to deny? I can do my things later. Is her reply. New York, this is really good, Citak-kun. Are you sure that you don't want to eat with us? I praise my young chef Summon while tasting the soup that he made just after the hors d'oeuvres. We are now in the empty, and still not open to business, Helena's restaurant. Me, Isabella, Shago, Helena, Cassandra and Edna are enjoying the dinner made by Tsukasa with his new abilities. I appreciate the thought, but I enjoy it more when you are all satisfied with my food. This is the polite reply of the guy. After this, he goes back to the kitchen to bring the appetizers. Even if I ordered the Shadowcon to help, he likes to do it personally. He is a perfectionist. That's really good, dear. I'm glad I come. Edna comments. Where did you find these people? She says, just for conversation's sake, the same place of you guys. There are universes that literally focused in a specific thing like food, a sport, magic. So you can imagine how good is the ones that are good there and compared with people here. I explain. A good chef in Shokyuji no Suma, a good boxer in Hajime no Ippo, a good football player in Captain Tsubasa. They would be the greatest here. A world revolved around food. Must be a nice world. Helena comments, must be peaceful. Isabella adds, well, in this case yes, but. Toriko. Hey, yes, is good, but yours are still better. Shago comments and receives acknowledgement from the rest. Even Cassandra nods. Well, is not a fair comparison. I say. And it really isn't. The Asahi card that I assimilated is a even better cook than Tsukasa, even combines with my style because he learns from others easily. And I have super senses and such precision that I can write a letter in a grain of rice using a needle. Cooking is easy. He will be better than me eventually. Maybe is he passion, he will pursue it. I say I already gave Tsukasa super sense powers. This diner is to see how much he improved with these powers. Maybe I should give him the power to grow more arms or that poltergeist quirk. To him to go beyond his human limitations. And he is a guy that likes to do things alone too. Do you plan to make him work for Helena? Shago asks. Yes. I don't even know how to take care of a restaurant. Helena says a lazy mind is the devil's workshop. I quote one of my grandfather's lessons: you need something to do beyond vigilantism. I look at her seriously this time. This woman in the past only know vengeance and helping people. She needs something to distract herself. Hell, even her hobbies are related to her huntress persona, and Cortana will help you all the way. With time you will need to do nothing, I say, and after this, she may find something that she can invest herself in more. Is not that easy to manage a restaurant. Starting one is even more troublesome. With no name or reputation. Edna warns. Yes. This is not an immediate plan, but in some years can become a source of income. With my powers will absolutely be a success. The challenge will be the beginning. Shago says normally. A big opening would be planned, inviting famous people and critics. None of this we can do. We have no contacts without Eidolon help. True. You have a mind to business, huh? I say to her. Please, I'm the perfect right hand. The supervisor. I'm the best at it. She brags. The problem is that the chef is an unknown young man, the owner is an unknown woman, and everything is unknown. These things need a brand. Edna adds. We can send Citak to Paris to make a name to himself. Isabella says there are some competitions there. Is easy for him to win. Edna completes. You can bribe some critics to come at least. No need to buy good reviews if the food is already good. With time the thing will blow up and become famous. Shago says. He can go to a TV show. I finally say to them he is handsome, young, and a genius. He will absolutely attract attention. They agree. I continue. Oh, Gordon Ramsay can be a good step. He has his TV show already and is already famous for his difficult attitude. I doubt that he can find faults in Citak. When the handsome white knight stands out from the peasants in his kitchen, the little plan forms in my mind. Cortana, help me sign Citak application. I say to my trustworthy companion. Now I'm glad that I used a background card to give Citak a cuisine education. Next day, Hector's residence. We are live here from the White House where the people are in protest. Let's talk with them. The reporter on the TV says. In the background, I can see hundreds of people screaming to the symbol of the President of the United States. What are you protesting for? The reporter asks a guy nearby. He looks normal. We are requesting transparency. He half shouts to be heard. The government always knew of the alien threat and never told us anything? We want to know. We deserve to know. At this moment a guy arrives, puts his arm over the shoulder of the first guy and starts screaming, "Show US Area 51! Show US Area 51! Ha ha ha! I can't help but throw my head back and laugh. I think that is my fault. Sorry, but not sorry. The government is in a tough spot. Or they lie and say that they knew nothing about aliens prior to the invasion, and paint themselves as incompetents, and when the lie is exposed, inevitably they will be liars too. Or they can come and admit that they knew. To this is needed a very well-thought speech on how they are worried about public security and yada yada yada. I think President Ellis hates me now. Yeah, no Bush. One of the reasons that the invasion of Iraq is much tamer in this universe. President Ellis is not even that bad. But he is a little weak-willed. Don't want to offend anyone. Wants to please everybody. Being pushed around. A leader can't be like that. Well, whatever. At least he is not evil. I can work with that. My interview, as expected, has huge repercussions. Everything I said, from the big reveal to the jokes, has been heard and is being analyzed around the globe. Thankfully I'm careful with what I said. These people have no lives. I have seen a video of a guy analyzing my micro-expressions to prove that I'm a sociopath. But 70% of my face is covered. There are videos, articles, and discussions on the internet and in TV shows about everything that I said. Many people hate me now. Hehe. With technopathy, I shift the channels to watch people distill hate over me. I remember how being hated affected my mood in the mha/mha world. But now I find it a little funny. And as expected, when haters rise, die-hard fans rise. 2. People coming in my defense in the comments of a video, a post, or everything else is incredibly common. And sincerely, I look at the people saying bad things about me and my views. Snowflake fat people, feminazis, older hillbilly racists. I'm happy that they hate me. They say such dumb things when asked why do you hate Eidolon, can you say how this proves that he is like that, and They can't answer and just looks dumber, making me look better. Heh. The mass is really dumb. I watched a report about how a congressman wants to include DNA tests as one of the covered services that are free by the healthcare system. Good intentions, but is not gonna work. In the American health system? Pfft. And even I can say that are other more pressing matters to attend to. A little bored. I decide to train a little while seeing the snowball effect of my actions. Raising my hand, I contemptuously made a raise-non. Ah, the dream one day I will do a kamehameha. A raise-non is easy and is not at the same time. How jutsus works. I study it to start developing my own in the future. To do a jutsu you need to pass the chakra through the chakra channels and meridians in the right patterns. For some jutsus, you just need to revolve the chakra in 3 or 4 meridians and then, release the thing. More complex jutsus needs to pass through dozens of meridians. Is like a mini-game. Hand signs help, but is not entirely necessary. If you are very good in a jutsu you can do it with fewer hand signs, one-hand hand signs, or no hand signs at all. Kekei Genkai jutsus in most of the cases requires one or a small number of hand signs. Hashirama's Mokuton is almost him, just interlocking fingers. Haku and Unaki, Tsuchikage, are similar too. Raise-non is just concentrating and spinning chakra in my hand. Easy, but it needed some requisites. A huge amount of chakra, great control, and concentration. So even if is a jutsu that Tsunade doesn't know, I can do it very easily. As a cage-level ninja, she knows jutsus of all natures. She is especially good with water and earth jutsus. She is a medical ninja, so her control is off the charts and her experience is big. To me, better than her. Only the people with Kekei Genkais or Orochimaru would be good to assimilate. Because the guy is as good as her and has knowledge of science beyond his time. I also studying her famous jutsu. Strength of 100 seal. To me, right now is not a huge thing. Accumulating chakra over time to release at some point for a boost in power will not make a difference when comparing my amount of chakra with my strength. But if I modify it to work with all life forces energies, I'm looking forward to it. The only jutsu that doesn't work properly is the Kukiyos no jutsu, summoning, maybe. Because there's no Katsuyu to summon here. Should I try the futon, Raisin Shuriken? Transform chakra in an elemental nature should not be that hard. I start to change the chakra in wind and, boom, I act fast to stop the explosion from propagating itself. Nothing is destroyed, only some things are moved out of place. Weird. I look at my hand. Why did this happen? Maybe it's because I try to transform the chakra while it is spinning, if I generate new chakra already transformed. A chill? I look around and spot Isabella looking at me silently. She is holding a tray with a drink to me. Her eyes look around the messy living room. Oh, she is giving me that kind smile with closed eyes. Is that shadow covering her eyes? Okay, she is tilting her head to the side now. Sorry. I say, Master Hector, please don't try new moves in the living room. We talked about it. She sighs and puts the tray on the little table. Yeah, sorry again. Is just that an idea popped off in my head. I say. She sighs. You're always training, studying, working. There's a time and place to everything. We talked before about you creating a schedule to organize yourself and having a proper resting time. If you ignore it and maintain yourself active even when is the time to rest, what's the point? She pointedly looks at me. Ugh. She made a good point. She is worried about me. So I can't fault her. Even with all these powers, I'm still a human teenager. I know. I say is just that. Ugh, I have so much potential. I feel if I lazy around, I'm wasting it. And like I always said, this is a dangerous world. The last thing I want is to fail because I'm a little less prepared or because I trained too little. So because of this, I was never arrogant. I can act arrogant to trick people, but I'm always vigilante. There's always someone stronger, smarter, or that is preparing to kill me, even after I notice that the power of the people here is lower than expected. I beat the X-Men too easily and can probably solo the Avengers right now too. But they can always improve. I beat Thor, but right now he must be healing and recovering himself to his peak condition, maybe even getting stronger. I remember that normal Thor in the comics is a fucking monster, when they don't nerf him. The X-Men are young. Stark will make better armors. The Hulk can grow infinitely strong. Even Captain America. His fighting style is very outdated, I noticed, when he catches up with modern warfare. The Fantastic Four too. I remember Susan Storm pushing Celestials with her force field in the comics. But I think the writer was drunk. Human Torch will eventually be capable of flying in space and emit the same amount of heat of a star. They are weak now, but is because we are at the dawn of the era of the supers. In no time, planetary-level heroes will appear like cockroaches and I need to maintain myself on the top. You can relax, Isabella. I'm not going overboard. Playing with my powers is a hobby of mine. Is not taxing at all. I assure her. She sighs. Just, really relax for some time. Let Eidolon rest and Hector do something, she says before walking away. Now this makes me think. I look at the TV, I'm watching Eidolon things. Everything I do is Eidolon. Did I really become like Batman? I remember that at some point he said that his name was Batman while holding the lasso of truth. Bruce is his disguise. He is Batman. Did Hector is not my main identity anymore? Maybe is because I can only truly be Hector in certain places and with certain people. I think I will go visit my grandparents after the exams. I call them every day but maybe is not enough. Do Hector things, I murmur to myself what Hector likes again. At night now I'm going on a little hero patrol with Cassandra to teach her the ropes. She never became the Black Bat, so she can fight, but that does not mean she can save people well. So let's search small things to do tonight. After taking her to beat some thugs in alleys, something interesting happened. In an abandoned house, a bunch of teenage boys are gathered, with a pentagram and trying to summon some spirit or demon. I look at Cassandra at my side. See those people, Shadow? Is because of them that shampoos have. Don't eat on the label. I mean, is probably my fault, but not really. I talked about this in the interview. Said explicitly to not do anything like that, but knowing humanity is no surprise that people would do it. Me talking just gave the confirmation that exists. But I can't take all the blame. There are people who were doing something like that even before I talked about it. People going to the pyramids and praying to Ra or Horus, people searching in haunted places, trying to communicate with spirits. Two dudes tried to invade a nuclear plant while naked to try to gain power, so is an inevitability that some people will try. As a hero, I warned that is bad idea. Now, I'm just letting natural selection do its part. And I have some ulterior motives too. Obviously, I knew that this would make some crazy people die to try these supernatural things. So, I'm using them as bait. I still haven't made contact with demons. And I want to meet some low-level ones, study them, dissect the bastards, and know what types of alarms they set off when they appear. I doubt very much that normal people without a clue of what they're doing can summon Mephisto or something like that. So no problem in taking care of a low-level demon. I also don't plan to let anyone be hurt, even if they're retard. I need to test the effectiveness of the devil arm, Beowulf too, and the other motive. How the Ancient One and his acolytes or whatever operate. They would appear to take care of it, right? Till now, I haven't seen anyone succeed in summoning anything, not even an imp. Apparently is not enough to draw a pentagram with chalk and candles and recite some words in Latin. One of these days I saw some people that even sacrificed a goat. But they also are unsuccessful. Lilith, beatific queen of the succubus, hear my plea. I heard one of the boys says, no fucking way. Is because of this that men live less. They are risking their lives to bust a nut. Look, even Cassandra is showing a disgusted/disappointed expression. Shadow, I say, and she understands my command. She jumps in my direction and merges with my mantle using her power. Yay, I can carry her like that. I have a portable Asian girl. Are you jealous? Creating a gust of wind, I erase all the candles that the boys light up. What? Is just the wind? Stay calm. Someone says, but. His voice trembles. I told you guys, this is a bad idea. I make the place go even darker and use illusions to make the shadows dance, and strange noises appear from all directions. Mommy. Some of them sob and then I fall behind them with a thud. All the phones turn to me with their flashes on. Boo. I said normally and all of them screamed like little girls. After sending the idiots/teenagers home with a scolding, I even talked with their parents to ground them for a time. I decide to end the hero business for today. Well, at least they have a cool story to tell. Master, I finished that investigation that you asked me to double check 6 times. Cortana's voice talks to me, and I found nothing about him. I really don't think that he exists here. Is her. Conclusion. I'm still not convinced. I want to be sure. I will go to the station and we can check together one last time. I say, dropping Cassandra home. I go to my station. Sitting in my chair on the central computer, I say to Cortana, show me. Innumerable screens appear with information about people. All of them have something in common. I checked all Robert Reynolds from not only the United States but also from the world. Even the ones that just have been born. I checked people with similar names like Bob, Bobby, and the list goes on. The man that you described doesn't exist. Robert Reynolds, the arguable strongest hero, maybe being, of Earth. The Sentry is as much a good character as a problematic guy. His power level is ridiculous and fluctuates depending on the story. He is like a plot device. And there's no shadow of him here in this universe. With means nothing, because his origin story is weird. The Sentry is a very new character. Really new. Like, he is created in the 2000s. But they wrote him like his was always there. How? He and Reed, yes, always Reed, erased him from the memories of everyone, even from himself. He did it because of his other personality. The Void. Robert Reynolds is just a normal guy that stumbled on a super-juiced version of the super soldier serum, yes again, always this serum, and gained the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Okay, cool. He is another Superman. He even has an S on his suit. Wrong. He is more complex than that. The serum multiplied everything from him to absurd levels, including his heroism and dark side. So he has another personality, the Void. That is cool to read about, but not so cool to exist in my universe. And a gender-bend version of him. I ask Cortana, a Roberta Reynolds? And did you study Reed's steps in the last years? Something weird? Lacking? Not adding. I ask seriously. I investigate it myself and found nothing. Then I passed it to Cortana to comb through everything more carefully. Nothing found to master. Reed's actions since his gained powers have been monitored and he did not suspicious. Cortana says, is this man that dangerous? She asks, yes. Absolutely. The type of guy that makes me think of killing him just to avoid trouble. But he would come back. So I would need to take his power. But then, the problem will be on me. How my void would be the birth of my darkest night if I absorbed Sentry powers? Yep, nothing risking it. Would you lose? She asks curiously. His power level is higher than mine, for now, but I can win if I explore his unstable mind. Or help him. There's this option too. The black file titled Golden Good Guy is the contingency plan against him, by the way. I say. I reclined in my chair to contemplate. He really doesn't exist? And I'm not even talking about the Sentry. Robert Reynolds doesn't exist either. This makes sense. I have this theory that when Robert drank the serum, he absorbed almost all the alternative versions of himself in the multiverse. So he only exists in 616 and in some others universes. He exists in the ultimate universe, but that version is a joke close to the main one. And because of this, his powers are infinite. And because of this, he has such a dark side, because statically half of our versions will be evil. But I'm in the Marvel multiverse that I read in my previous life? I could be in another. There's no end if I start thinking like that. Let's just rest this case for now. But, please pay attention to this, Cortana. I said before standing up. To go home. We'll be done, Master. Midtown High, the next day. Well, looks who's come back. Is Little Goblin Jr. I sat in the class waiting for it to start and saw Harry Osborn entering as if nothing has happened. Is more common for me now to use my duplicate powers to do something else while in class. If Eidolon never appears during school time, will be needed a genius to figure out he is still in school. Little Harry looks well. After he appears, his friends surround him to ask about, everything apparently. I look to my side and see Peter looking worryingly at his childhood friend. But it appears that his hesitates in going to talk with him while the popular kids are there. I will just continue programming my games in peace. I discovered that I like to do this. Something that Hector would like. Wait, is that MJ2 with a meta and still human t-shirt? I hope the meta problem doesn't become part of the woke culture, and became some sort of trending or popular thing to be part of it. Ugh, is a progress at least. Hector's residence. I'm watching some people arguing about how Eidolon is a bad influence on the kids, just after watching a Reportage of how Captain America has been talking with the president to help the veterans situation in America. Shago and Helena are with me. I and Helena have been talking about how things are in her universe about this social political stuff. And Shago doesn't care and is on her phone. These children look up to him and will imitate his harmful behavior and ideas. A woman says, she is some sort of pedagogue. Why are you putting everything on Idolin? Idols and celebrities influenced children since forever. Why are you only talking about him now? Another woman defends me. Go for it, girl. No one has this level of influence before. So, what is your point? Do you want to censor him? Say him to stop? Or demonize everything he says? He has his ideas and everyone will hear them. Exactly because of his level of influence. Now is the job of the parents to police what their children learn and explain that this is okay and this is not okay. But, I haven't seen Idolin saying a bad thing yet. Oh ho ho. Do you think that those things he talked about, relationships and sex, aren't a bad thing to talk about knowing that children will listen? What? Is Idolin a kid's cartoon character and I don't know about it? He talked about these things in a TV show that was transmitting beyond the hour when kids are still awakened. He is talking to adults. Again, is the parents' job to control what their children learn. When they're old enough, when the parents judge that they're old enough to learn about these things, they will allow it and can even enter with their own points. Damn, completely destroyed. Some people still have brains, there's hope in the world. Well, is easy to defend me. I haven't been wrong till now. Listen to this, if Idolin can change his body freely, including in animal forms, that means that he embodies all humanity fetishes. Shago reads something on her phone and laughs. This is gross. And humanity surely loves sex and violence, huh? I comment, I'm not going down Zeus' path, the guy has issues. I mean, the Greek pantheon is full of weirdos. All gods have weird stories. Even if I live for a long time, and assimilate many characters, I don't think that I will start doing weird/gross things. I already draw the line. Shago continues reading something. Idolin only has a body count of 1 because it's hard for him to lose, including his virginity. Okay, that one is good. I admit another thing that became a hot topic, even more than my views in politics and social questions, is the woman that stole Idolin's heart. There are all types of theories. That she is dead. Killed by some mutant hate group and is the main reason that I fight for the metas. That she is an alien that I had a passion in the past, but she needed to go back to her planet. Because of this, I know so much about the universe. People like this version. There are all types of bullshit fanfics that she shipwrecked here on Earth and I take care of her. A romance bloomed and the residential tis cliché. People really like gossip. Huh? And when you will tell us about her? The woman capable of breach all you defenses. Shago asks while looking at me with a side eye. I don't react to her provocation. She is another one interested in it. Too much, I would say. She always keeps nagging me about it. I think she is jealous in some weird way. Let it rest, Shago. Helena says to help me. She probably thinks is some serious thing. Ah, come on, talking about this can help. Shago pouts. There's nothing much to say. She is from another universe. I said world before just to don't complicate things. I reveal. I talked about a lot of secrets, but there are things that I believe the world is not ready for and I don't want to overwhelm them too much in this first interview. Multiverse, cosmic entities, the celestials. These topics are very much above the normal people that are even more useless for them to know. For now, you guys know that beyond bringing things from other universes, I can also go there. So I met her, ended up happening. End of the story. Maybe if I go back there we would just be friends. Maybe she already moved on. I say there's no great love story or something like that. I say with finality. This annoys me. Nagging, am annoyed again? The constant nagging about it? Because I always remembered about it, or is because Kana maybe moved on? Damn, I'm that possessive? I look at Shago intensely, even making her a little uncomfortable. What? She asks defensively and crosses her arms over her chest. Nothing. I say and turn to the TV again, but I'm not watching. Relationships. I always avoid thinking too much about this. My modus operandi is, don't chase, let it happen. Because there's really no need for me to chase it. Don't want to blow my own horn, but with everything that I am and have, relationships will come easily. Will be maintained easily? That's another story, and because of this I avoid the drama for now. I used my power to see the future in myself. I only used it once, just to be a North. And I'm curious. But is not that useful? I only see fast images, not clear. But I know that some things will happen, don't know when will happen though. I don't want to become a slave of this power, like Contessa from Worm. I know that before 1 year pass, I will fight shadows in a medieval castle, go to space, another planet, go to a giant library, fight in a coliseum full of screens, fight a dinosaur, I think, be engulfed in a sea of fire, fight Thor again, probably as a spar, but this is Marvel, who knows, meet Sinister and many other villains that I recognized, go to Asgard, important things, you know, but I saw not so important things. I saw myself being straddled by Shago. Her long black hair falls to cover our faces. While she kisses me, I saw myself kissing the neck of a redhead. Don't know who. I saw a head of blonde hair going very deep on my crotch. A small lithe body sits on my lap while I play with her breast and lower lips. I don't know who again. Looked young and had black hair. Me kissing a pale and toned stomach before going even lower. A kimono is pulled in the feet of a woman. A more muscular, but still feminine body. And many other things are 18. I sigh again. I will fucking make a harem. That's it. Is inevitable. But how I will manage it? Must be only my summons, right? I don't see the women from here accepting sharing. One of the reasons that I don't chase the ones from here. If I need to choose between a monogamous relationship with a woman that can cheat on me, yes, I'm still traumatized by the writers from Marvel, or a harem of super loyal babes from all around the Omniverse. Oh, what a hard choice. Is weird? Is it a fake relationship? Maybe. And also why I don't did a move, yet. Let's work it properly. Do it right. Maybe I should take Shago on a date. So, who is prettier between me and her? Shago's voice cuts my thoughts. Is this your focus, woman? I mean, the great impenetrable fortress that is Hector did a one-night stand with someone. The guy who has an iceberg in the place of his torso and adamantium as his heart. She must be a goddess, she says exaggeratedly. I decide to ignore her, but she doesn't stop talking. Try to guess how Kana looks or other things. I sigh and suddenly turn on her direction. Shago, I say slowly and in a low voice. I put my hand on her cheek and look at her directly in her eyes. Her eyes widen in surprise. I give her a smirk with thousands of hidden intentions. I can feel Helena looking at us while eating snacks like she is watching a show. I look at her lips. The message clear. She also looks at mine. I can feel her heartbeat increasing. Essie parts her lips slightly. I snuggle her face with my hand and pass my thumb over her lips, zip and closed it with sticky fingers. Returning to my previous positions calmly, I see Shago go from dumbfounded to pissed to outraged in a second. HMNP. I think she is cussing at me. Best.power.ever. I hear Helena saying, holding back her laughter, give me a copy. Now. While Shago tries to strangle me, I just calmly watch TV. Oh master. Cortana's voice warns me at the same time that I notice it. She sends the footage directly to my retina. Advantages of our union. Sorry, Shago. I say, standing up and becoming Eidolon. It appears that I have a date with another green-skinned woman. I say, just to make her mad and disappear. If she could talk, she would have screamed. Only after I'm very far away that I released the power of sticky fingers on her. Third-person POV. Some minutes earlier in the Baxter building, in one of the rooms of the famous building of the Fantastic Four, Jennifer Walters is still in a coma. Her situation stabilized since the blood transfusion from her cousin Bruce Banner. No side effects are shown till now, and everyone is just waiting for her to wake up. And she is waking up. But the side effects are showing. She starts trembling slightly, nothing that is out of the normal. But then it starts growing strong. Now her trembling is like convulsions. The medical devices beep and alert that something is wrong. In another part of the building, a notification of the situation is sent automatically to Reed's phone. But he is occupied and focused on his project. The same notification is sent to Susan Storm's phone too, but she was in the elevator almost getting out of the building. Instantly she presses the buttons of the elevator to it to go up again. While waiting, she hesitates in calling Bruce Banner. Can be a problem to worry him without her knowing what is going on. She then sent a message to Ben, to him to go check out. He must be closer. Ben Grimm dutifully goes to Jennifer's room to check on her. Opening the door, What greets him makes his face fall. Oh, he says. The bed is ceding to the weight of the occupant. Jennifer is bigger now, and has grown a foot more or less. Her hair is more voluminous. She is more muscly now, and she is green. She trashes around for a bit before falling to the floor. She moves around a little, but this little made her strongly crash into the wall, making her even more annoyed. Her hands go to her head, covering her ears, and she kicks the ground, jumping and hitting the ceiling. She falls in her back and kicks again, hitting another wall with her head. Jen, are you there? Ben asks cautiously. A Hulk can put anyone on guard, even the Thing is worried. Most for the building and the people in it, truly. His words make her turn to him, but is like she isn't even seeing him. Her mane of hair covers her face, and she growls with a hand in her heaf like she is in pain. Calm down, he said. Poor choice of words. She advances toward him, faster than he expected. Even him trying to resist, he is launched through the wall like it is made of cardboard. They, together, pass for 1, 2, 3 walls till they're out of the building, many floors above the ground. When they start falling, a force field tries to stop them. Invisible Woman finally arrived. She tried to contain the two brute heroes in a force field bubble, but the intense fighting make it tremendously difficult. Sweating, she steps on an invisible platform and starts going down while holding the two. She can at least control the fall. Invisible Woman finally released the two on the ground, and maybe because Jennifer is more active, she grabbed the Thing and simply throw him in a random direction. She almost crazily starts trashing everything nearby, turning cars, destroying electricity posts. Susan again tries to contain her in a much more small bubble. HNGG. The Invisible Woman valiantly put the effort to hold down Jennifer, but is useless in the end. The Green Woman breaks free and identifies Susan as some sort of danger to her, and she goes to the attack. Arg. Jennifer tries to pound Susan on the ground with her two hands balled in fists, but the Invisible Woman stops the attack with another shield. But Jennifer is relentless and doesn't stop to try to hammer the blonde woman down. Boom 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 asterisk. Every clash makes shockwaves and cracks a little the shield. Ugh. The Invisible Woman groans in pain while she is forced to the ground with every attack. Jennifer throws her two hands to the sky, concentrating strength on her arms, and prepares to give the final arg. She screams and goes to attack. But instead of completing the attack, she is yanked back suddenly. Eidolon simply pulled her hair by the hair and swung her on the ground like a doll. Boom, are you okay? He turns to Susan. Eidolon. Yeah, I am. I'm okay. She responds, still a little shocked. Situation? He asked calmly, even if already knows everything. She is Bruce's cousin. She just transformed? You need to help her? Susan exclaims, trying to convert the situation and say that Jennifer is not an enemy or villain. I see. Eidolon turns to the rising up Green Woman. Her medical gown is in tatters, exposing too much. Eidolon's shadow grows unnaturally and a mist portal wraps around Jennifer, like the ground is swallowing her. I will take care of her. I will bring her back intact. Eidolon says to the Invisible Woman while he raises his hand. Everyone that was watching and recording the whole ordeal started having problems with their smartphones. I just don't know when. He finishes before disappearing in the portal too. After some time, Ben, that looks completely unharmed despite being thrown from a huge distance, returns and looks around and asks, what did I miss? Susan groans and sighs at the same time. We need to call Dr. Banner. She is already having a headache. Eidolon POV Calca Canyon, Peru. One of the world's deepest canyons. Landing down on the ground after my teleport, I watched Jennifer Walters squirm in the ground. She looks extremely uncomfortable, maybe even in pain. Are you conscious? I ask calmly while approaching. The She-Hulk is famous for not having an alter ego, so what is the problem here? Or here is different? My voice appears to trigger her and she advances toward me. Her sloppy punch never connects. With an Aikido move she is flung in the air, spinning 3 times before landing heavily on the ground. I start using Somnambulist, Midnight Quirk, and a quirk that steals other people's stamina. One of Overhaul's men's quirk must be a little effective in calming her down. That's the first time that I deal with a Hulk. Obviously I have contingency plans. The easiest is simply yeet her into orbit. But I'm here to help her. I analyze her actions. Common first-time transformation problems. Oh, sensorial overload? She was in a coma for some time and all of a sudden her bones, muscles, tissues, tendons and everything grows too fast. She is also hearing, seeing and feeling too much. I have some soothing powers. Let's try. Approaching her silently I say I normally don't do this on the first date but a mouth appears in the palm of my hand and I made it kiss her on the head. One of the effects of Recovery Girl's power is to alleviate pain. I use other miscellaneous powers to make her feel good and then I invade her mind with telepathy. Third person POV Jennifer Walters is so confused. She doesn't know where she is. Is like she is in the middle of a storm where the world is spinning and many people are screaming. A sandstorm where she can feel every grain of sand assaulting her. Her irritation is through the roof. She has never been so angry in her life. After some time, things calm down. She feels like a relaxing breeze enveloped her and is gently guiding her somewhere and she is glad to follow it. The sounds start to be more recognizable. Peaceful sounds of nature, the type she put on her phone to hear to sleep. She finally opens her eyes. Finally awake. Is not everyone that can receive a lap pillow from me. She hears a deep and smooth voice a little above her. You can repay this debt crushing my head with your thighs. She doesn't hear this last joke because she suddenly jolted off the ground and Idolin purposefully said it in a low voice. Her horizontal jump ended up taking her too far and she falls to the ground with a bang again. Idolin raises himself from his crossed legs position and just waits calmly for Jennifer Walters to do the same. Nice to meet you, Jennifer Walters. He decided to say, to show that he knows her. You're still green. He analyzes the lawyer now. She Hulk rises and looks at him suspiciously and puts a horrible fighting stance. Who are you? Where I am? How do you know my name? She asks fast while looking around. Idolin. Calca Canyon in Peru. I know you because I know your cousin. Idolin doesn't hesitate to answer. You know my cousin? Wait. We are in Peru? Wait. Idolin who? She appears to be unsure in what topic to focus. Yeah, I know him. We fought together. Great guy. I brought you here because covers the requisites. I'm just a guy that's a hero for fun. He says Bruce fought. What requisites? And a hero for fun? Really? She asks incredulously. Yes, it's my hobby. He chuckles. The requisites is a quiet and remote place for your safety and the safety of others. And you can ask him later. So I will go back? You're not kidnapping me. She probes. Idolin chuckles again. I'm not kidnapping you. I will take you back after helping you. By the way, I think you should look at your hands. Look at my hands. She mutters while looking down slowly. After she calmed down again. So you're saying that I'm now like my cousin? Jennifer asks Idolin. Similar but different. He nods. Yes, I can see that. All of this because of that blood transfusion. She looks unbelievingly well. You would be dead if not for that blood transfusion. Luckily you're compatible. I see. She stops and starts looking at some point in the ground without focus. She must be thinking about all implications of being a Hulk. Bruce's life is not easy. She naturally doesn't want something like that to herself. Idolin fumbles a little with his mantle before taking out something from under it. Here, wear this. Is a very durable spandex. He says and turns around. What? She looks confused before looking at her state of dress. A half-destroyed medical gown. Only now she notices that Idolin was with his eyes closed all the time while talking with her. Embarrassed, she goes to wear the thing that looks like a one-piece swimsuit. Is white and purple, similar to her comic version, but different because it goes to the middle of her thighs, instead of being overly sexualized. And has long sleeves too, instead of allowing a side boob view. You can turn around now, she says after fighting with the suit. It looks good on you. Idolin gives the standard compliment without even changing expression. Thanks. Why do you have this thing for a female in my exact size? She asks with a raised eyebrow. Because I'm Idolin. And is spandex. Is everyone's size? He answers. Okay. She claps her hands. You can take me back now. Not yet. He starts but is interrupted by Jennifer. What? Why not? Are you lying before? Veins start to appear on her neck. Idolin tilts his head to the side while observing her. Take this. He throws something at her. A metal baseball bat. She reflexively catches it and the metal groans when her fingers sink in it like is made of dough. Idolin doesn't need to say anything. Like I said before, you're a danger. Unintentionally, but is the truth. He says seriously. She just keeps herself in silence and goes to bend the metal bat. The thing is like made of paper, being bent easily by her. She is so surprised that even drops the thing on the ground. You're stronger than you know. But don't worry, I can help you to know. Idolin says before going back, let's go in simple training to better your control. And how we will do it? She asks. Idolin smirks. Just a simple evening-long intensive training from Idolin. Will be easy. You have a healing factor. He says. Jennifer takes a deep breath and looks determined. Okay, let's get over it. You say that we can finish it today. Only depends on you. Okay, let's start. Very well. First, let's familiarize ourselves with your limits. Idolin says while walking towards her. He raises his hand in a flick motion. And don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you. Boom. He flicks her, sending her clashing into a rocky wall hundreds of meters of distance. He leisurely floats towards her. Arg? What is that? You're bastard. She gets out of the wall spitting sand and rocks. That hurts? Ouch. Did it really? He asks, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Is obvious that she pauses and looks at herself. Did not hurt. She murmurs. You're stronger than you know. He repeats himself. Punch the ground. He commands. She looks at him. But, my hand. She says in a low voice, worriedly of breaking her wrist or something. Idolin sighs and blurs. Reappearing in front of her, he grabs her arm and slams her on the ground. Did it hurt? He asks like is obvious. Ugh. Only my pride. She says while getting off the ground. Punch the ground. The ground is soft, Jennifer. To us. He orders again, and this time she obeys. She punches, with a horrible form, but anyway it makes a huge crater on the ground. Oh ho ho. Jennifer is surprised by her own strength, even a little excited. Cool, huh? Idolin asks, arriving at her side. Yeah. She is smiling. Imagine if is a car with a family of 4. Easily turned in a canned tomato sauce, he says with a tone of voice that matches her excitement. But the mental image is too gruesome. She makes a face. Ugh. Why do you have to say something like that? She puts her hand on her mouth because can be an easy reality if you're not CLLLLLL. Imagine it. And maintain this only in the imagination. He says, pointing to his head. Will be a good mental block for now. Mental blocks can be bad if you need to fight a strong opponent, but is a good immediate solution for her. And being a Hulk, when she gets angry no mental blocks will resist. So Idolin is not worried. Now, let's take away your normal human sensibilities. He says and grabs her wrist. What do you mean by THAAAAA? And he flung her to the sky, so far away that she disappears into the clouds. This is more fun than I thought would be. Maybe I really have some affinity for being a teacher. Idolin says to himself before following Jennifer that is vertically flying. She screams at the top of her lungs. At some point, almost leaving the atmosphere, she reaches her highest point and starts falling. Her screaming, which stopped for a moment, starts again. Idolin appears at her side upside down and speaks annoyingly calmly to her. Calm down. You will not get hurt. She looks to the ground. That is so distant I will obviously get hurt. And don't tell me to calm down. She tries to grab him, but he maintains himself out of her range, annoying her even more. You're an asshole. Relax, I will catch you, he says seriously. No. Arg. Boom. She finally falls like a bomb, while getting out of the crater. Furious, she sees Idolin landing on the ground with the grace of a feather. She breathes heavily. UFC. You're not hurt, he says with a smile. This only makes her even madder. With a growl, she launches herself against Idolin, and he easily again redirects the attack, making her crash to the ground. Strength without purpose is useless, he says. Calm down, Jennifer. Remember the problem that your cousin has because of anger. Are you gonna let this control you too? He says while holding her in submission. She growls and breathes heavily, but in some minutes she starts to calm down again. Okay, she says between deep breaths. Idolin finally releases her. Now to the next step. You will like it, he says. I doubt it. I hate you already, by the way, she murmurs. He only smiles at her, raising his arms so that they became horizontal to the ground. He says, punch me. What? Punch me. Time to test your strength against me. I will also teach you some basic stuff on how to properly control it. Are you serious? She asks incredulously. Yes. She starts grinning and even cracks her knuckles. Now this. I like this. She advances. Asshole. She gives a battle cry while going to punch Idolin's chest. He only shakes his head and rolls his eyes. So childish, he says in a low voice. New York, front of the Baxter building. Hours later, a black mist portal is open on the sidewalk of the Baxter building. From it, Idolin and Jennifer get off. Idolin looks pristine as ever. Not even a speck of dust taints his figure. Jennifer, on the other hand, she is a little dirty. Her hair is a mess that she tries to control, even being a little successful, and she is rolling her shoulders and groaning. Ugh, you left me all sore. Why do you need to be so rough? She pouts and smirks at him. The two are a little closer now. They spent hours together after all. Idolin, as always, ignores her. She then notices the people around her. They are taking off their phones to take pictures of them. She looks a little self-conscious now. She can't turn back to normal, no matter how hard she tried. She is uncomfortable a little from the attention. Idolin waves at some fans that shouted his name. Wave to Jennifer. He says why, she asks, but raises her hand all the same. Some loud gasps are heard from her action. Without losing time, Idolin enters the building and she follows him. You didn't make a first good impression. Now you showed that you are a rational Hulk. He answers her. Oh. She understands and makes a surprised face before smiling broadly. You're a surprisingly nice and considerate guy, huh? She elbows him. He ignores her and only says strong enough to destroy a brick wall. Ugh. She groans. To help her control her straying, Idolin is always saying the destruction that would be caused by her actions is effective, but annoying. They take an elevator together like normal people. So, do you have a girlfriend? She asks, half joking. Idolin doesn't react initially. No. He ended up answering oh as expected. You're so grumpy, she says. Maybe yeet her into orbit was not a bad idea after all. Ping. After the doors of the elevator are opened, they walk to one of Reed's labs. Is there that Idolin can see that everyone is assembled. Opening the door to the lab, they saw Susan, Ben, Bruce, and even Stark talking. The three looked worried and nervous. Reed is there too, but he is leaning over one of his machines, stretching himself. The opening of the doors attracted the attention of everyone. Bruce. Jen shouts. Jen. The doctor exclaims. And then, taking a good look, Jen. Yes. It's me, she says, and goes to hug her cousin. Don't crush him. Idolin's calm voice is heard before they make contact. Jennifer stops and carefully gives small taps on Bruce's shoulder. Idolin. Banner greets Dr. Banner. Everyone. He nods 2 times. Jen. How? Why? Wah wah. Bruce stutters while looking at his cousin. You're nice, huh? And she strikes a pose. You don't have another personality. Is it really you? Ben and Susan ask respectively. So not another Harlem? Cool. Stark says remarkable. Reed comments, so you're fully aware, Ms. Walters. Yep. Totally. But how, damn, is this jealousy that I'm feeling? Bruce frowns. Share your secret, please. He jokes afterward. Hee. No idea, sorry cousin. Maybe is my feminine side. She shrugs her shoulder. All women are bipolar, so, jokes aside. Idolin interrupts the laughs while Ms. Walters here don't have another alter ego like Dr. Banner. She can't turn back. Wait, really? Banner frowns. Yes. We win some, we lose some. Jennifer says with a sad smile. We should study it more deeply. Reed comments, if we can take Banner's ability to turn back and Jennifer's control and fuse to you two, we'll be perfect. Ben resumes, the situation would be the ideal. But the priority now is to acclimate Ms. Walters to her new powers and life. I hope you guys can do it. I could only help with the basics. Idolin says, look at you, Ms. Walters. I thought that we are closer than that. She puts her arm over Idolin's shoulder. He as always ignores it. Damn, I'm tall now. You're so small, Susan. Ha. She laughs. She is now 6'7" and she only had Idolin's 6'4" height as a comparison till now. Seeing Susan and the rest makes her realizes that she grew a lot. At this moment, Human Torch passes through one of the giant open windows. I come the fastest that I could. Johnny Storm says. Susan rolls her eyes. I called you hours ago. The fastest I could. But some girls are so slow. And he starts, but Susan raises her hand to stop whatever gross thing he would say. Oh hello, beautiful. Johnny says to Jennifer, giving her a lewd once-over. Susan face palms in embarrassment. Susan. Permission to slap you, brother. Jennifer says. Denied, for now. Susan sighs. Hey, Idolin. Johnny greets enthusiastically. Idolin nods at him. About that interview. You said that I am overeager. Not cool, man. Look. And he starts talking, but Idolin interrupts. I have things to do. 2 last things. Ms. Walters. Refrain from sexual intercourse for now. Human Torch here remembered me of it. Eidolon says. Jennifer raises her eyebrows. Obviously, only you can judge your own control. But remember that there are involuntary muscle contractions too, he says, and grabs a metal pipe on a table, and squeeze it till became very thin. All men groan and wince in pain in unison. Okay, Jennifer says, a little put off by her own capability of castrating men unintentionally, but would be no problem if the partner is strong too, right? She smiles salaciously while bringing Eidolon even close. She even winks at him. Was she like that before? Eidolon asks, the mouth agape. Bruce, no. So, some sort of behavior change can be a side effect of the transformation. Some loss of inhibition and increased confidence. Be mindful of it. Eidolon says professionally. My personality changed. Jennifer frowns while looking at her own hands. Maybe a little. Eidolon answers second. Why are you building a portal to the negative zone in the middle of New York? Eidolon massages his temples and looks tiredly to Reed. Everyone looks to Mr. Fantastic weirdly. The man himself eyes widen for a moment before he talks. So is really possible to go to this subspace? A negative zone. Eidolon sighs. A dimension of negative matter. By the way, your calculus doesn't consider that the matter modulator would have problems by the lack of positive matter on the other side, making it form a small singularity to stabilize the space between the two dimensions. Eidolon explains this would suck everything nearby in an area of 20 meters. I can almost smell this being a plot of some Fantastic Four adventure. Someone is caught on this and they go to rescue. Ugh, he thinks. Negative zone? And how do you know it? Stark asks. I started a portal like this some time ago, but stopped in the planning phase. Apparently there are life forms on the other side, so no need to go there for now. He explains is true that he himself start projecting one portal, but is simply not his priority at the moment. And he can always cheat with D4C. But you doing this in the middle of New York? He admonishes seriously, buy an island or something. Eidolon sighs. We lack funds for an island. Susan comments. Eidolon looks at her. Must be hard for you, he says, imagining how she handles these people. Her brother and Reed. She smiles, catching his meaning. Eidolon goes to say his farewell but notices something. He looks at Susan. Her heart is beating a little faster and her pupils dilated slightly. Hell nah, don't look at me like that. He thinks, well, bye. He passes behind a machine and disappears. In truth, Susan can be considered a sapiosexual. Someone that is attracted to intelligent people. Ambitious and hardworking people too. And Eidolon falls into all of these categories. So is not weird for a small crush to form. In truth, the number that Susans in the multiverse that stay together with Reed is not as high as expected. Most of the Reeds are part of the Council of Reeds. So is not weird if Reed is just a little more workaholic than the 616 version. Their relationship would stay stagnant. But this is not something that Eidolon wants to deal now. In the laboratory. Sometime after Eidolon left, Tony Stark left a little later, after he talked with Reed a little about a partnership in some projects. Bruce stayed to talk with Jennifer. They're calling you She-Hulk already, Johnny comments, showing his smartphone. Jennifer frowns. Don't like it. Hulk came from bulk, right? I'm not bulky, she says. Susan looks at her. Well, you are? She laughs. This. Jennifer passes her hand through her body is thickness. I'm Thessie now, so calls me She-Thessie. He jokes. Haha. I think will not be popular. Susan says, is true that you went around almost naked, Jen? Johnny asks. Oh God. I was literally butt naked. She raised her hands to her head. My life is destroyed. Relax, check it out. Johnny says, showing his smartphone again. There's footage of the She-Hulk. But strangely nothing R18 is shown. He shows another footage and again nothing interesting is shown. Everyone is like that. People reported that their phones were locked for some time and some videos are deleted. Human Torch says, Eidolon must have done this. Susan arrives at the conclusion he censored dozed of phones remotely. He is the enemy of men. Johnny comments make him earns a slap on his head. Well, look at that. It appears that I can still marry. Another thing to thank him later, She-Hulk says before smiling mischievously, or reward. She pokes the side of Susan full of innuendo. Susan blushes a little. Okay, I really don't need to hear that. Bruce says, hello there. A chapter showing the MC Train OF thoughts, worries, works, and other things, setting the ground for the next arcs. And She-Hulk, huh? See? She is not perfect here. So easy to make her more fun and likable? You liked the little that you saw of her? Disney contracts me. Next chapter, the weighted X-Men visit. By the way, tomorrow 23/01 is my birthday, send me wishes of health so that I can continue write this story. Bye. Till next time. Chapter 50. Another day of a main character in Marvel. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. One is born with a unique set of talents and abilities. One must choose which of those talents to nurture, which to ignore completely. Sometimes the choice is obvious. Other times, the hints and proddings are more obscure. Then, one may need to undergo several regiments of training and sample several different professions before determining where one's strongest talents lie. Grand Admiral Thrawn, Star Wars. AN, ahoy. Little author note here. So because of the nature of the FIC, now I have the habit of always watching shows, animes, movies, and read mangas and books with one thing in mind. Can this be used in my story? And I now at least start to watch anything to see if I can turn in material to this story. An story arc, a card. So, I made a mistake again, my brothers. I watched the new series of Velma. And it is bad. Now I'm really convinced that these people that write these news series bad like that on purpose. Maybe they're at war against us, the fans of the classic. And if we hate it, they say that we are the problem. Fred, remember what I talked about all white males nowadays being caricatures? Yeah, that series only proved me right. I'm sad. Well, at least Puss in Boots is Fire. Pride of the VA of Death Wolf being BR. Another side note. I was researching Blade and other supernatural things from Marvel to the Vampire Hunt arc and discovered that there's a character called Caretaker and can make portals too. Exactly, Lyle Isabella. I swear that it was a coincidence. Should I change Isabella's code name? Readers, author, you can't deceive us. We know that you're planning a vampire arc only to use the Gatcha to give the MC series Victoria, Lady Dimistrico and other vampire babes. Author, yes, refuses to elaborate further. Little spoiler. Jokes aside, the vampire arc is really to give the MC nice cards like Alucard, Helsing, Cadiz Etrema de Razel and Castlevania, games and Netflix show. Any idea of other vampire-related things? Recap. In the last chapters our MC summoned Cassandra, Chun-Li, and others. The Eidolon interview is the first interview of a mutant in history. His words cause great repercussions and unforeseeable consequences. Jennifer Walters finally awakes as the She-Hulk and receives Eidolon's help to control her strength. In an unknown place in a small and poorly lit room, a young woman is sitting in a small bed hugging her knees while her eyes are focused on the small and grainy TV in the corner. One day I will reach you too, Eidolon says on the TV while looking directly to the camera. A message to his fellows metas. The teenager with dark and unkempt hair doesn't even blink while watching the reprise of the interview. Novk knock * 2 strong knocks assault the metal door before someone unceremoniously opens it. An older woman, using a medical coat, enters the small room and turns off the TV without asking permission. Time to your exercises, she said. The young woman's eyes glow red for an instant. Unnoticed by the newcomer. No, not red. Scarlet. Jennifer Walters POV Baxter Building, New York. So, let's see if I understand. While I was sleeping, New York was attacked by 2 Norse gods that used a cosmic artifact to open 2 portals so that an army of frost giants and an army of technorganic lizard aliens invades. I say while watching the footage of the incident, or the invasion, depends on how you want to call it. Yes, Bruce says at my side. Pretty much like that. Sue says too. And to fight against it, Captain America resurrected from the ice, another Norse god appeared to help. You Bruce, I point at him, still in disbelief that he actually used the Hulk, a Russian spy and a guy with a bow and arrow. I'm the one that sees that his group is a little unbalanced. Bruce laughs. And then a super strong mutant, I mean metahuman, appears to help with his group. Yes. You forgot some people though. Bruce says like us. Sue adds sorry, but, you guys, Stark and Spider-Man are old news. I say, and Sue makes a fake affronted face that makes me smile. Even the Pym couple I know. I remember Bruce talked about them in the past. But it appears that we know nothing at all. Wait till you watch Idolan's interview. Sue comments with a smile very eye-opening. Bruce smiles too. Ugh, they look like kids that know some spoiler from a movie and want to tease me about it. I can go back to the coma and continue blissfully ignorant? I'm feeling like I'm not gonna like to watch it because of your smug faces. I think nowadays is almost a necessity to watch that interview. Bruce says while adjusting his glasses. Anyway, you can continue to watch it later. Idolan's fight with Thor and the interview. Let's go meditate a little, shall we? Okay. I still don't feel the need of it, but I'm not doing anything either. I say truthfully. My problem is different from Bruce's. But he asked me to do it with him because we never know if my symptoms will increase. Maybe tomorrow I will have problems like this, so is to the best that I prevent it now. And Idolan also commented that would be good for me, that even he meditates daily, something about the connection of body and mind and blah, blah, blah. After I and Bruce walk a little, we arrive at the gym of the Baxter building. There's some interesting equipment here for super strong people like Ben and me now. Ben even brought me here before. Reed said that my rock physiology is not like a muscle when we talked about growth. No fibers or something like that. Ben said to me before, but is good to be aware of my body and know my limits, so come here often. Old habits die hard. And another good part is that I can eat a lot and I don't get fat and will not have health problems. And he laughed loudly. Apparently, I also have a good metabolism, as we tested. So I can eat as much as I like. This transformation has its perks. And I also like to exercise, discovered it recently too. Or maybe is something new. We're cataloging possible changes in my behavior. So, now that you're more than a fugitive, you and Betty, I ask Bruce after we sat down on our respective mats. Bruce makes a difficult expression. We still haven't talked yet. He says, translating. Knowing you, you haven't tried to talk with her. I say. Why? I ask. He sighs. This, Jen. You must think that everything is going well now, but to me is like the calm before the storm. At any moment, everything can go wrong again. So, he sighs without completing. He is afraid of messing up. It's gonna be all right now, Bruce. It's different from the past. There are people that can help you, like the Fantastic Four and Stark. And even people that can contain you if you go Hulk, like Idolan or Thor. I tried to argue, but he doesn't look very much convinced. And then we go to meditate. Respiration, emptying my mind. All that stuff. But to me is so hard. I'm so full of energy. I want to do something. Punch something maybe. Looking back now, was surprisingly fun training with Idolan. Using a lot of my strength, destroying some things. Should I find a place to let it go? I can't go to Peru that easily. Maybe a beach and go swimming? Swimming is one of the most strenuous physical activities and the water must dampen my strength. People wouldn't find it weird if I go out, right? I mean, I have seen how people responded to my transformation. The media is still shit-talking about the dangers and asking for clarification. The internet, though, allowed me to see what the public really thinks, and, with the exception of people asking to have their pelvis crushed by me, the rest is really taking my existence pretty well. Probably because I was with Idolan at that time. He purposefully opened a portal in the middle of the street for me to be seen acting rationally. And because of Bruce too. Bruce created a good precedent for me. I'm really grateful for that. I know that his life has been hard these last couple of years because of the Hulk. Well, his life has been hard since, forever. Since he is a child with a scumbag abuser of a father, he always comes to play in my house to escape. Bruce has taken all the blunt of being a Hulk, and thanks to him conquering his fears and prejudices and stepping out to fight with the others, many people like and accept him now, and consequently accepted me more easily. And for that, I'm grateful, and I'll listen to him about the whole Hulk thing. Maybe I can help him now, even if it's just a little. You know. I start talking, making him open his eyes to look at me. Idolan himself said that he is the world's greatest power specialist. Maybe he can help you. I'm thankful for the thought, I really am, but I don't think he can help. I'm not a mutant, or a meta by his classification. Bruce says, unconvinced he helped me. Control strength is different from control. This, he says, pointing to his interior, trying to show that he is signaling the Hulk. Idolan said that many people don't control their powers properly because of the lack of use. A common circumstance when people has strong and destructive powers. I said, looking at him. This he can't deny. I can't practice. He says exactly what I want. Maybe you can now. You lacked a training partner before. Now there's Eidolon, Ben, or even Thor if he comes back. They can keep you in check if you lost control. Go to a deserted island. Heck, there's me too. I can't say that I know a lot, but if you get out of control I can punch you in the head and make you comport yourself like I used to do when we are children. Haha, I say. He laughs a little, but does not answer. Just think about it, cousin. I decide to say nothing more. Trying too hard to convince can have the opposite effect. Bruce can be really stubborn in some things related to him, but is not a bad idea after all. I know firsthand how Eidolon is strong. When I punched him many times he doesn't even move. He said that I have untapped potential and I'm very weak for a Hulk, but the fact stands. He is strong. I wonder if he will visit? I can throw my idea to him. Maybe he can even kidnap Bruce too. Hehe. Now I want to see that. I remember he is a good teacher too, attentive, talks well with his deep and smooth voice. His hands and muscles that I could see glimpses of it when his mantle is moved by the wind. Tisk Bruce, I'm horny. I say with no shame to my cousin. He sighs heavily. I don't need to know this. Maybe you need. I decide to tease. Maybe an increase in libido is a side effect, you know. You could have talked about this with Ms. Storm. But I wouldn't have seen your annoyed face. I say, poking him on the nose like I did when we are children. Hehe. Another thing that I noticed after my transformation. I have little to no filter. I almost always ended up saying what is on my mind. I problem to my career as a lawyer. Cortana POV. As I watch my master's training, I get more and more convinced that he is some sort of freaky. Right now, in the training ground 01 of the space station Zeta, he is only in his boxers while sitting in the air in a meditative pose. That would not be weird if he is meditating and training his mental powers, but he is going beyond that. And training his body. He is doing muscle training too. The application of force goes beyond simply using my physical strength. Is more like an act of conscious will. Using my mind. Because of this I can vary and apply 1 kilogram of pressure. 1 ton of pressure. 100 tons of pressure using exactly the same movement of my body. He said before, and he continued, and because of that I can do muscle training without the need for heavy machinery. I can use my own strength to put pressure on every muscle fiber of my body. What better gym equipment than myself? Haha. He explained his training to us earlier. That Shago woman said that this is fucking bullshittery, and even if I don't agree with her choice of words, I can understand the sentiment. The level of concentration, focus, and multitasking ability to accomplish that is ridiculous and not something that you can expect of a human mind. And this is not all. Enveloping him is a sphere of 5 meters in diameter of unknown energies that he can train. Is a perfect sphere, nothing escapes from it and is not even affecting the surroundings beyond its limits. To a human eye is possible faintly see my master figure inside, in the middle of stormy distortions of space together with flashes of golden and white light that shine occasionally. My sensors indicate that in the interior of the sphere, the temperature and pressure are at astronomical levels. In some years of growth, and if my master stops holding back, I think would be possible for him to create a singularity using this method. And this is only him training. The sphere starts to recede and my master figure is finally visible. The training is over for today. Now is possible to see him clearly as he exhales and opens his eyes while his feet touch the ground. There's a sheen of sweat in his powerful muscles and some prominent veins run through his body. Screenshot that woman. Shago asked for it. He rolls his shoulders and cleans himself with his powers. Hector POV. Working out is great. Today is one of the rare days where I can do my training for more than an hour. Sometimes I need to cut my training short for some reason, or I can't keep up with the mental exhaustion of doing many things. I still prioritize control over growth. With every assimilation I will grow strong, so is better that I always have flawless control of my body, powers, and energies. Bruce once told me that is needed to train every part of the body so that when you want to move it, you will move it. I can proudly say that my mind and body connection is excellent, and I plan to keep it this way. Today I could train till I feel that burning sensation of a good workout. A rare feeling to me and will probably become even more difficult to accomplish with time. Looking at my hand and forearm, I clench my fist strongly, the veins jump, and I ask myself how strong I am with only my physical strength. I can't test it without causing great destruction. All my support powers are growing strong. Like one for all. At a really surprisingly fast rate. Sometimes a weak body grows strong to adapt to a stronger power. The reciprocal can be true as well. I think one for all is growing so fast to keep up with my already strong body. The power has been stimulated and is passively getting stronger. After taking another deep breath, I let my body deflate, for the lack of a better word. What I mean is, I have 3 body types. My normal that I was while training, my Eidolon version that is more muscular and taller, literally an older version of myself, and my civilian version, smaller and with fewer muscles but still ripped. Very easy to hide with baggy clothes. Even my civilian version is great for my age. I have to tell you, very aesthetically pleasing. I use a power to make a mirror-like surface in the air and flex a little and then turn around. Raising my hands higher than my shoulders, I put pressure and bam. Demon back. Hehe. So cool, and a little weird. How my back has ABS. And look, now my back is laughing. And now is crying. And now is angry. I play with changing my back expressions for a little. Well, the demon back only appears when I put an effort, so is okay. Yep. My normal body would be too weird for a 16-year-old to have. Sorry, I'm not in an American movie where high school characters are played by 30-year-olds. And the time that passed since I was a skinny kid is too short. With time I will be capable of using my normal body in my civilian identity. Did anything happen while I was training, Cortana? I ask my dependable AI. Nothing out of ordinary, Master. The world is at its normal peace, she says, appearing at my side. Normal peace, huh? So not in peace at all, just no problem. Worth my attention for now. Kurbanog, come here. I say to my recently summoned pet. Yes, this is his name now, but I will probably shorten it in the future. The white and fluffy rabbit obeys, abandoning the meat that he was eating before in the corner of the training room. Yep, he eats meat. I tested his ability with some bots, and let's say that I had flashbacks of when Cars became the ultimate life form and make his hand become a squirrel and killed a bunch of soldiers. The movie where he originated has a shitty budget that gives it charm, so here he moves like a white streak of lighting. The little thing can break the sound barrier, and his mouth can open to ridiculous proportions to show many inch-long teeth. Sitting on the ground he comes to snuggle with me. Aren't you the cutest killing machine? I say, petting the white ball of death. I brought him here to the station to increase the relationship and keep him away from Cathalhu. Kurbanog is pretty chill, but very territorial. And boundaries are not something that a cat respect. Cathalhu even more so. Now I have 3 pets, and probably will increase even more. Gamera does literally nothing all day, very easy to take care. I enter her mind one day to see her past. In her timeline, she was never found and continued as a wild turtle all her life. She died when some sort of bird of prey caught her, flew away, and released her on a rock. So she never met Giorno and the gang in that universe. Cathalhu has no past, he is like a generic flurkin. Kurbanog has only memories of killing and eating people. I still haven't summoned my Flora Colossus. Because of these observations. Apparently, he will come like Cathalhu, a generic of its species, without past. I also could make him come like a sapling, by the way, like Baby Groot or already an adult. I asked myself why I could choose it now and not with Cathalhu. Must be the customizable part of the card, and I could make Cathalhu come as a little kitten if I used the background customization card. The change in appearance is solely cosmetic too. This will give it no advantage or disadvantage. And I can't choose mystic or magic trees from fiction like Yggdrasil. Too bad. Only of earth flora. Still thorn between a cherry blossom or another white tree. They are cool. And let's be honest. A Groot is no pet. I have no place to put him for now. I can't simply ground him at home, but I also can't let him alone. He could be a little too gullible, to not say idiot, and expose himself in some way. Bringing him as a sapling will take too much time for him to grow. And his teenage years will be a pain in the ass, even though he is super cute as a child. Oh, so this is what parenting feels like. I could put him with the Morlocks, but doesn't sound right. So for now I'm holding in. Summoning him. Not super necessary anyway. Now that I'm thinking about my summons, let's see how they're going and adapting. Summon administration time. Still sitting, my rabbit rolled in a furball on my lap, I open my tab to see my summoned characters. Time to check them. I already talked about the pets. Isabella. Bond relationship 8/10. I live with her, so I interact with her daily. She was my all-rounded helper before, but with the advent of Cortana, she can focus on only caring about my household. Combines with her wishes to live peacefully and is excellent to me too. Having someone to take care of these small things is a blessing, makes my life easier. Shago also has a bond relationship of 8/10 even if she was summoned after Isabella. Strange if even with the same number, our relationships grew in different ways. Shago is overall lazy but is surprisingly fired up in making her club. And even if she say that don't like doing hero work, sometimes she goes with Helena to patrol. Most of the time, she is simply enjoying life. Isn't her life too easy? Damn, I'm a good employer. Helena. 7/10 in bond relationship. Lower than the other two, but this fact is attributed more to her former world and natural suspicion. Before she was always 2 points lower in bond relationship when compared with the other two. Is only 1 point now, so is a progress. She likes to constantly do hero work and patrol. Old habits die hard apparently. She is as much active as Spider-Man. But is not always that she works in New York. With the advantages of teleportation, she is active in many cities, especially Detroit. That city needs it, not gonna lie. Helena is a good someone to talk to, because her world is very similar to Marvel, is literally the competition and twin multiverse. Our relationship is platonic. Very different from my relationship with Shago in that the sexual tension needs to be cut by the sword of actuation. Edna is close but not as much as the others. 3/10 in bond relationship. Passing the thresholds of multiples of 3 is always a little hard, I noticed. 3 to 4, 6 to 7. And must be hard to achieve 10 to. No one reached this level yet. Well, except for the two special cases. Gigantomachia and Cortana. Machia is a fanatic and living proof that is much better to summon the followers types of characters. He is always with the Morlocks. Sometimes I visit him to talk with him. But I'm curious if it's possible for the bond relationship to go down. I think the image of All for One is already replaced by me in his heart. And Cortana. Well, nothing to complain about her. Best acquisition ever. And I noticed she was more alive than I thought she would be, so her feelings for me go beyond the expected. I'm not that dense. We are connected. Is the 10th level in a relationship with a woman always romantic love? I don't see myself and Isabella like that, or even Helena. But a very long life can have unlimited possibilities. I will not exclude anything from happening right now. Who knows, maybe Helena will be the mother of my children one day. One of them, at least. Cassandra surprisingly is already 4/10 in bond relationship. Well, if you think about it. She is young and is living with me. I used the background customization card to give her an identity, but she said that she has no interest in school. So she is watching TV and eats good food most of the day. Obviously, she trains daily too, and goes on patrol with me at least 3 times a week. But her life is good. Again, I'm such a good employer. Recently Isabella started giving her the education that she needed, so no problem with her don't go to school. Now, to my secondary summons, if you want to call them like that. The ones that I let to their own devices after I established some objectives/missions and rules. Psycho is an interesting case because she can be considered a secondary summon, and not at the same time, like Edna. She has a surprising bond relationship of 7/10. Probably because I helped her with her issue. One of them at least. And she is very submissive. I still remember that interesting day when I visited her after she made her unexpected debut. On a certain day, some sort of 3 meters warrior robots appeared and caused havoc in the streets of her city. Typical Japan. If a monster giant attacks, I will not be surprised. Fun fact, Godzilla is part of Marvel, so. Anyway, Psycho then appeared to stop the malfunctioning robots, probably an attempt to copy Stark tech, in all her purple female samurai glory. With her half-Hanya mask she dispatched the things pretty easily and I have to admit, in an incredibly cool way. Now she is very popular and at that time her obi has the SCP symbol hanging from her waist, so people connected the dots that she is one of mine. So she is the talk of the town and people are also asking themselves how many more of the SCP group are around the globe. Good, continue guessing. More will appear eventually. Search now and be disappointed by discovering nothing. Ha. Flashback, Third-person POV. After Psycho appeared on TV, Hector warned that he would visit later and cleared any doubt that she would be punished. For some reason this was a worry of Psycho's part. To arrive at Psycho's home, Hector unceremoniously teleported inside but only beyond the front door to take off his shoes. He knows basic education from the place. To his surprise, Psycho is waiting for him in a seiza, kneeling at the front door with her hands on her thighs to welcome him. Very traditionally. "Welcome to my humble abode, Goshujin-sama," she says, bowing. The last part is said with a twinkle in her eyes and a little smirk. Hector groans, "You're too much in contact with Shago." Hector deduces she said that you have an Asian fetish and this would please you. Psycho says with a teasing smile. Even if Hector is the master, he is not protected from some teasing from his summons. Psycho's eyes shine again and she continues, "Do you want to have dinner? Or maybe take a bath? Or maybe do you want me wa Tashi?" She teased but is interrupted. Okay, enough. Let's talk business," he says, taking a deep breath and covering his eyes. His weeb heart is being very stimulated. Is becoming harder and harder to keep my stoicism. He sighs mentally, but I'm living the dream. Thank you, Gatcha. He thinks. After walking a little, the two arrive at a room where a bunch of trash is on the floor. Not trash, but the leftover parts of the robots that Psycho destroyed. "Here, these are the important parts that you said to separate and tell Isabella to transport," she says. "Good. Why don't take everything though? Lets them think that we know little about them," Hector says while bringing some pieces close to him with telekinesis. "Yep. A very bastard version of the arc reactor. No adamantium, huh? As expected. You cut through it pretty easily, even with a wooden sword. Looks like an early design to the Silver Samurais." He analyzes Yashida. An influential family. Close ties with the imperial family. Psycho says, "I know. What are you gonna do?" Psycho asks to them. "Nothing for now. I want to do some things before making contact with them," he says while thinking about his plans. "There's an order to everything. But let's have a spar. It has been a while, huh?" he suddenly says to Psycho and smile. She smiles back. They move to the dojo. From her wrists, Psycho makes 2 wooden swords. One of her powers that was given by Hector. "I will go with my fists," he says after being offered one of the swords, "and take a real sword too," he says to her surprise. After a second she goes to take a real sword from the wall and assumes position. The spar that they will partake in is more of a mini-game. The two will stay at a close distance and attack in turns while the other defends. Is a little similar to Ryu's training of Nin that Killua and Gon made in the Greed Island arc. While Hector assumes a relaxed stance, with his right hand lowered to his waist level while the left hand protects the left side of his face. His left foot is a little too much forward too, remembering a Muay Thai fighting stance. "I see. Without weapons, that means he can attack with all of his limbs. This will be tricky," Psycho thinks while assuming a standard Shiten no Kami, one of the initial body positions used in Kendo, and the most standard and basic position. With the sword slightly raised in front of her body, "He wants to test my vision," she guesses. "You first," Hector says. Psycho doesn't hesitate. Giving a half step forward, she raises her sword and goes with a downward slash in Hector's right unprotected shoulder. Equalizing her speed, Hector moves his torso, making the sword miss. After this exchange, they assume their initial position again. Psycho will attack again because Hector dodged. This time she goes with a horizontal slash on the right side of his torso. Hector, still using the same speed, raises his right hand and lowers the left hand and catches the blade between his palms. "Your feet are betraying you, Psycho," he advises. She takes a breath while observing him with attention. It's his turn now that he defended. He rotates his hips a little, making her eyes go to his left. At this moment his raised left hand suddenly goes down on her shoulder with a chop. He is still using her level of speed. She dodges a little, flustered because she was preparing to defend from her left. Falling for such obvious feint, he admonishes. She blushes a little in shame but says nothing. They're too close. It's hard for her eyes to look at all the parts of his body simultaneously. This is one of the main points of this mini-game. And is not like I can guess anything looking at his eyes either. Psycho thinks while glancing at his face. An impassive face and calm eyes. Blue eyes like a calm and windless lake reflecting the sky. Is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul, and that is possible to see through lies and the real nature of a person if you look into their eyes. But a person can't see through Hector's eyes. They can't see his depths through these windows, they can only see their own reflections. Nothing more. In the past, in a moment of meditation, Hector has this epiphany while looking at his inner world. The great expanse of a lake reflects the starry sky above. Like his eyes, which never show what is beneath them, only the reflection of the person that he is seeing and interacting. Hector noticed that this is a representation of his way of acting. He can be good, bad, or neutral to people. His way of acting only depends on the people reflected in his eyes. He is not a saint to everyone without reason, but he is not a monster to everyone either if they don't cross his line. He attacks again, a casual jab aimed at her face. Psycho retracts the sword and turns the flat of the blade to stop the attack. Another disadvantage that she has now, can only defend with her katana, a weapon mainly used to attack. And she has only one katana right now, but that is her path. She uses katanas. In many moments she will eventually find herself fighting against people with a weapon's advantage. Now is her turn to attack again. She feints with a diagonal slash, but in truth goes with a stab in Hector's chest. He uses the joints of his index and middle fingers to tap the side of the blade, changing its course. And the game/spar goes on. Slowly they increase the speed and strength of the attacks. Psycho is hit 3 more times. Fruyovel.com She received a very well punch in the stomach because he hasn't put in enough strength to stop the attack. A kick on her shin after she just dodged the same kick in the same spot. She hasn't expected Hector to attack the same place 2 times in a row, and because of the high speed, she was off balance. And the last attack would fall in her face. Hector's 2 fingers would gouge her eyes out, but he stopped and just jokingly catches her nose and makes fun of her. Like is some sort of tacit agreement, the 2 of them start to use Nen, training Gyo and Ryu, and still increasing the speed. After a little more time and 2 more hits that Psycho received, she start using Haki. With a still equalized speed, they exchange hundreds of attacks in a few seconds. When the attacks became invisible to the naked eye of even trained fighters, Psycho started using observation Haki. From the outside would be possible to see the 2 staring at each other while blurring and after images appearing around them. At some point, when it's Psycho's turn to attack, she goes for Hector's neck, already waiting for him to defend and observing the rest of his body to see how he will counterattack. But he didn't move. Surprise assaults her eyes, seeing the blade almost touching his unprotected skin. He even tilted his neck to the side while smiling at her, to give her a clean cut. But she stops brusquely and retracts the attack. Her actions made her arm bones hurt a little, but she succeeds in stopping her attack. Hector's gaze studies Psycho while he abandons his fighting stance. Why did you stop? I even retract my aura and other resistances. Well, even so, your blade would only cut 1 centimeter deep anyway. He says that's a point of study to Hector. How much the summons could hurt him and how they're stopped to do so. Can they accidentally hurt him? He already proved that if he commanded, a summon can attack him. But that time with Uvijin himself was certain that wouldn't kill Hector, because he holds himself back earlier. Would some invisible force stop the summon if they use fatal force against him? Or is it just a mental suggestion? If a master meta controls them, something will stop them? Can they even be stolen from his control? I was. Reflex, I think. Psycho answers, stammering a little. Her answer doesn't help Hector, so he decided to let the matter rest, for now, and he will continue with Small's test in the future. Did you ever cut someone before, Psycho? A person, I mean. No. She gave bruises and broken bones, but she never cut someone. Do you want to try it? Hector asks with a glint in his gaze. I'm planning an attack on a certain group of people. Bad and disposable people. She watches her, shuddering a little. The implication of his words brings excitement and anticipation. None of this escaped Hector's eyes. But now I feel that maybe is not appropriate. He starts and puts on a pensive expression. Psycho's eyes widen a little in disappointment, thinking that her display of hesitation made Hector have second thoughts about bringing her to the said attack. I'm ready. I will do as you command, she says too eagerly, making Hector chuckle and think she is cute. Is easy to forget that she is a normal high school girl sometimes. Relax. I will bring you. Will be a good test and initiation. I'm just thinking that would be a waste that your first experience be with some low-level cannon fodder, he says. giving a step closer and grabbing the handle of her sword. His hand is big enough to encompass her two smaller hands and her sword. Your first time shouldn't be special, he says with a smirk full of innuendo, making her blush. Still holding her hands and looking directly into her eyes, she uses two fingers of the other hand to grab the blade and point to his own chest. The feeling of your sword passing through the elastic skin, muscles full of pulsating blood and bones. What about trying it now? To not feel any surprise or disgust in the crucial moment. He gives reasons, but his mouth and eyes are still playful, putting his own hacky energy and strength in the blade. He leads the point even close to his chest. Psycho's eyes are wide as they can get while her gaze flicks from his face to his chest and then settle on his face, on his eyes. Don't worry. I can assure you that will not hurt. He continues with the innuendos. Right now her face is absolutely red. She wants to turn around but can't break eye contact. The sword inches closer and closer. She shudders when she felt the first obstruction of the skin, and then shudders even stronger when the sword surpasses it and slides smoothly into his chest muscles. Hector continues to hold her strongly and bring her closer. Not only the sword, but Psycho herself is also approaching slowly and unconsciously at him. When the sword hits his ribs, she is already biting her lower lip. And when cuts through his ribcage and approaches his heart, she is panting heavily. And then abruptly Hector strikes, pulling her with a sudden burst of strength. He droves the sword through his chest completely, passing his heart and getting out on his back. Psycho falls in his arms with her legs weak. She leans on his larger frame because she didn't trust her trembling legs at the moment. See, is just meat, bone, and blood, Hector says nonchalantly while a hand hugs her small waist and the other finally leaves the handle of the sword. With the katana buried till the guard, Psycho lowers her head to hide her face while feeling Hector's hot blood on her fingers. You can take it out now, he says. She hesitates for a moment, wanting to enjoy the moment a little more. But eventually, she removes the katana in a swift motion that again brings some sort of ecstasy to her and assaults her nether region. She moans. She really let escape a moan. Hector decides to not comment. He chuckles again. You're so fun to tease, Psycho. I'm glad that you did it now. You could have been overwhelmed if unprepared, he says, making her blush that was receding come back to her cheeks. Is not unsightly, she asks finally and turns her gaze away. I already said before, no part of you is unsightly, Psycho. I can and want to accept everything from you. He removes some strands of her that were glued on her face because of the sweat and look at her kindly now. And see, already healed. He points to his chest. Now I need to go. The blood will evaporate in no time. Bye. He pats her head 2 times before disappearing. Psycho doesn't move from her spot even after Hector leaves. She is staring dazedly at her katana. The blade is red with her master's blood. She can still feel the sensations of a minute ago, the blade going through his body, his hand holding hers, the lewdest part of this whole ordeal obviously, his breath when he was close, and his hug. When steam starts to appear, showing that the blood is evaporating, her eyes go wide again and she seems to hesitate for a moment before her eyes became hooded. She raises her katana a little and lowers her head. Her pink tongue wets her cherry lips once before being extended out of her mouth. With the tip, she touches the almost hot burning blood and moans. She likes the metallic taste and likes to know that is her master taste. Seeing the blood disappearing even faster takes her off her daze and she runs her tongue on the side of her blade with more enthusiasm, more passion. Her imagination went wide. Imagining that is another thing. Imagine Hector's hands in her hair while he looks down at her. Sometimes with cold eyes, sometimes with kind eyes. But independently of how he looks at her, she shudders slightly. She falls to her knees. Her legs are finally giving up, but she doesn't care. Her free hand goes to her waistband and very fast goes into her pants to find her already wet privates. She moans on the ground while her hand and tongue move fast. Hector-san hng. Goshujin-sama on. She repeats again and again before she spasms one last time strongly and goes still. Her pants in the only thing heard while she stays on the ground. The katana is now shining. Probably has been for a long time and she hasn't even noticed. With a deep breath, she assumes sees a position to center herself. Looking at her glistening sword and fingers she murmurs to herself how disgraceful. After this, she goes to remove the tatami dirt by her own juices. High in the sky, an invisible Hector observes everything. Okay AI. I'm not weird from finding that hot, right? Right? Can someone tell me? I'm starting to question my fetishes. Maybe I'm a degenerate. He says to himself while watching Psycho Bond's relationship go up. He shakes his head to dispel his thoughts and control his body to stop his natural reaction in his crotch. He then disappears, repeating to himself that he is not weird. End of flashback. Hector POV. I can't help but chuckle remembering Psycho. Luckily I always keep the black blood deactivated. Yes, I can change the color of the blood to look like normal red blood, but is not about tricking normal people. Someone with powers maybe could see that the blood acts and moves differently. Black blood is a little more viscous, by the way, and is not only about this skill in particular. People with super senses like the Daredevil could hear that my heartbeat rarely changes, or my body heat is a little higher than normal. That I do not sweat, my smell is different. Other people could see other things with power. My aura is different or whatever. Heck, even my way of walking can expose me. Because of this I never let a clone take my place at school. Thankfully, I can duplicate myself now. To prevent this I now know how to manually operate my body. To trick these people I can increase my heartbeat and temperature. Sweat at my will, dilate my pupils and do the smallest muscle contractions to fake real facial expressions. Even my mind? The truth is, someone with a mind that cannot be read, stand out. So if, I don't know, Emma Frost decide to pass by my hospital or future college, she would notice that I'm different. Not only her, telepathy is disgustingly common power in this universe. So I already made my countermeasure. A fake mind. While I'm on my civilian identity, my true mind is enveloped by a fake mind that can be easily read by a telepath. I already programmed 10.504 thoughts, 2.102 images, and 564 videos memories to appear somewhat randomly or be triggered by words or events of the external world. Talk about food? I miss the hamburger of that place that closed with the invasion. My first thought when a hot woman appears in my front? Nice breasts. This I made specifically for Emma Frost. And last, but not least, I let my real memories of this world, together with some fake memories, be unprotected too. The memories of my other life and the meta-knowledge is kept very secure in the deepest part of my mind. Hopefully, I have that standard transmigator mental protection, where the Gatcha would protect the information that this world was a fictional universe to me. But I'm not counting too much on it. Now I'm almost secure that people can't easily figure out my identity. But, I'm feeling that is impossible to hide it forever. It's okay. I just need to hold off till I'm an adult. Wanting or not, if people knew that I'm a teenager, people's respect for me would decrease. At least compared with right now. I can imagine the older heroes telling me, son, is better that you stay out of this and you don't know in what you're involving yourself. Ugh. Whatever. I said that I awakened my powers at 6 years just to give myself more experience in case my real age is discovered. I always think ahead. I have 10 years of experience more than you. I could answer. So what, I started as a kid. My awakening made me mature faster. Anyway, back to my summons. By the way, Cortana, you have seen that episode with Psycho, right? I ask out loud. Yes. But I thought wise to not comment at that time. She answers, since I'm connected with Cortana, I'm allowing her to see and hear everything I do. Is no different from when people in sci-fi have wrist devices with their A.I.S or some sort of chip under the skin. Even if I don't care. From now on, don't be surprised if I cut our connection to protect my and other people's privacy. Okay, I say to her. Will always be your call, Master. She answers dutifully. Good. Now continuing the inspection of my summons. Citak. Only 2/10 on bond relationship. Well, I literally summoned him 5 days ago and has 2 conversations with the guy. About this world and about culinary. Should be only 1/10, but I gave him super senses and talked about the infinite number of ingredients on the Omniverse. So he is a little hyped. He is a quiet and closed guy too, so is natural to progress slowly. He is in France right now, participating in gastronomic events and competitions. Knowing interests, motivations, morality, and bottom lines of my summon is super important. People like Citak that want to be the best were easily moved by the infinite possibilities that they can acquire if follow my path. And obviously, always giving the right job to the right person. I ask myself when I gain such leadership skills. Well, I have a bunch of leaders assimilated, so is one of the things that I have and only notice when I use it. Agent 47E Chun-Li are the summons that I maintained the least amount of contact. The two are at 1/10 in bond relationship. Agent 47 is on his own devices, working in Eastern Europe doing what he does best. I gave him an arsenal of weapons, money, some useful powers and information about this world. Sincerely, I do not expect much of him, but having a guy with contacts in the underworld of crime can be useful down the line. Chun-Li. If I had summoned her before, she would probably be in my inner circle. And not because of her thighs, I'm not that much led by my dick. But she is competent and has a sense of justice. Too bad I really need people in other countries, especially China. She is working with the government and did a useful report. Apparently China is controlled by old families secretly. If I have to guess, they probably use the country's resources to do shady things like research for immortality or something like that. I think this is the plot of Kunlun. There's also Shang-Chi and his family, I think. Recently I noticed that other countries like England, Canada, and Russia are in a hurry to have supers. Is the arms race again, just that this time the nukes are the metas. I really hope no one does a dumb move like trying to recreate the Hulk and explode a city or trying to summon a dragon. With the all-seeing eyes of God, I saw that China is full of shine points that could be portals or pocket dimensions. Ugh. China, China. Just continue on your turtle shell. Don't provoke me. If not, this young master will teach you guys who is the true MT Tai. Hi Armstrong. A guy that I haven't been much in contact. 2/10 Funny enough, he is in the political party that is compromised by Hydra apparently. And I only know this because of the movies. I still haven't found clues. Well, I haven't searched anyway. Sniffing around can bring attention and make them more cautious. Erwin and Saul are working on their own. The two have 2/10 in bond relationship. Erwin is working well with the police and receiving information from me and Yuvijin. He is already a remarkable asset. Gwen's father likes him very much. The two have my lie detector power. And I started to see boards and commercials of Saul frequently now. Hehe, do you know that you have rights? I do, so better call Saul. He spent a lot of his initial money on propaganda. But he is a businessman, so he knows what he is doing. To gain money, first is needed to spend it. Yuvijin is just working to the kingpin. 3/10 in bond relationship. I only gave instructions to let heroes get away and for him to pass information. He is just living his life. One day I could reward these guys. Taking Tsukasa to Toriko universe, dropping Yuvijin in a battle-oriented planet here in Marvel, taking Erwin back to an Attack on Titan universe. Even Yuan. Weirdo. 5/10 in bond relationship, flashback third-person POV. In a dark apartment in New York is possible to hear the sounds of keys being put on the lock of the front door. From the door, Yuan Liebert emerges. This is his apartment. After hanging his coat, he walks to the living room that has a huge window to New York. There's no need to turn on the lights. New York, the city that never sleeps, has enough light to illuminate his chair and allows for a peaceful moment. But his chair is already occupied. Long time no see, sir. Yuan bowed with a hand over his heart to Hector. Your appearance is very awe-inspiring. Not Hector. A shadow-like figure of Hector. Hector hasn't come in person. With the combinations of some powers, especially Yuan's capability of sending an astral projection, Hector can send his mind far from his body. Right now in the chair, a spirit-like being that appears to be made of black flames is sitting calmly with the legs crossed. So sure that is me. Hector comments in a neutral tone of voice that no one would recognize. Can my summons always know if is me under disguises or something like that? He thinks to himself. As always, he likes to create small situations to test things. Who else? I have no friends in this world. Maybe I have some enemies, but they would have killed me already. Yuan comments with a smile. Hector decides to go to the main topic. How are your first meeting with the Kingpin? He asks. Tonight is exactly the night when the two met at the art gallery. Very enlightening. Is Yuan answer. He is not a man difficult to figure out, especially with your information about him, sir. Yuan bows again and then he continues. Now, how do you want to deal with him? He asks, raising his head to look at Hector's projection. For a long time, I asked myself this question. Is the answer after some time of silence. Do you ever Asked yourself why I'm going through all this trouble, Yuan? When I can simply blitz at him and give you a shapeshifter power to take his place. The shadowy flame eyes go from blue to red while looking at the blonde man. The thought crossed my mind. And what is your deduction? Hector asks. Maybe you want to enjoy the hunt. Sometimes the process brings more pleasure than the product. Yuan says you're half right. I don't want to enjoy the hunt. I want to see if I will enjoy the hunt. Hector says to the silent Yuan, I have no doubt that in your mind you analyze my every word and action. You can't help it. But you will not find results when there's no answer. I want to be slow. How do you suggest doing it? Hector asks. Hector himself already knows that. He takes no pleasure in torturing people. When he needs to end someone, he ends them fast. But what if he has a personal grudge against this someone? He wants to know what he will feel to see his enemy suffering from his own doing. What if someone in the future hurts someone that Hector loves? Emotions can cloud rationality. Maybe feeling this now can help. He will allow himself to be selfish in this vengeance. From what I know of Wilson Fisk, he has some sort of twisted messiah complex, where he thinks that his evil deeds are a necessary sacrifice to better the city. Thinks highly of himself, acting he is the only one that can see this truth and shoulder this responsibility of being the necessary evil. His work was the most important thing from here, but now, Yuan analyzes. Vanessa, are going to explore this weakness. Hector eyes Yuan carefully. It's too simple to be something coming from this guy. Someone's greatest strength and great weakness sometimes are not different, sir. His strong body, his criminal empire, his woman, everything that is his greatest source of strength and pride. But pride cometh before the fall. I suggest making him destroy everything, by his own hands. Oh, and what do you suggest? Hector asks with an even voice. Simple. Give him the illusion of control, but be the one that distributes the cards. Start small. Attack 2 places or convoys at the same time, making him need to choose to save only one. Give him trouble when he wants to spend time with his beloved. Make that with every choice he loses a little. No right answer. Slowly take his competent and trustworthy subordinates. Give him the responsibility that he loves so much and show him that he is not fit for it. Stress him to the point that he will lash out at his Vanessa. Make him choose between his beloved or his work constantly. Watch him try to juggle many balls and looks helpless when he can't keep them in the air. Watch his life work crumble and he has no one to blame but himself. And when he loses everything, give him the hope to recover to his peak. An opportunity that with one stroke, one big effort he can have everything back and more. And then crush it mercilessly. Yuan ends his speech. Hector observes. You have an evil mind. Hector says, equally a scold and a praise. But is your evil mind? Sir, Yuan bows again. But your mind is not behind mine in this aspect, sir. You're the one that gave someone like me an empathic power. A blessing and a curse. A gift and a punishment. Yuan says, HMPF. If I want to curse you, I would have messed with the chemicals in your brain, or I would have given you empathic powers that you can't turn off. Don't overestimate your own importance. We will go with your plan. Send me your details later. Erwin can work on it too. Hector says, and felt weird seeing the bond relationship going up. It will be done. And I always consider your blessings as a gift. Everyone is a different book that is a pleasure to read even more than rewrite it. He comments, continue working well and I will release you in a universe full of assholes to you to have fun. Hector says before disappearing. End of flashback. Hector POV. Some people's mind simply works differently. Why the bond relationship is high? No idea. But he is useful. Being capable of using people that I don't like is a must. When he is no longer useful, I can dispose of him. Killing or rewarding. Maybe find him a universe where he can have fun with nasty people. Like Game of Thrones or Akamga Kill. The mental image of throwing Yuan in Westeros as OC son of Cersei makes me laugh and interested to watch what would happen. Now, everyone is in their right place, no need to move them, no treacherous thoughts, and everyone is good at what they're doing. Excellent. For now, is easy to administrate, but I can predict that the number of summons per month in the future will increase because I'm growing stronger, and will not be always necessary to assimilate some characters. In 5 years I must have hundreds of summons. Will be a problem to keep in touch with everyone. Well, a problem for future me. I really don't envy that guy. The great thing about the summons is that I choose who and when to summon. Next night, New York. I observe the night sky of New York, while standing in a gargoyle obviously, and paying attention in case of any trouble. I'm on standby and letting Cassandra run around alone tonight. Obviously, thanks to my powers, I can follow her every move. Right now she is moving into the shadows, searching for people to help. She is a very good fighter, but that not means she is a good hero. Beating some thugs alone is different if there are people to save in the middle of the confusion. On the last nights I taught her how to assess the situation, the best take in each case, and who to take down first. The basic. Now I'm letting her do it alone, but I can intervene at any time. Oh, and she already has fans. Some people that we saved have taken pictures and posted them. Idolan's sidekick, they said. And obviously, the guessing game started. If she is my daughter, sister, some girl that I saved, blah, blah. Let them guess. Well, at least she is popular. Spider-Man is not patrolling tonight. The exams are getting near. He must be with Ned and Gwen. While still watching the city, I raise my hand and create an object. A silver needle, 15 centimeters long. A senbon, if you want to call it like that, is really impossible, huh? I murmur, looking at the failure in my hands. Passing it between my fingers and caressing it with my thumb, I used my thoughts to activate it, making it vibrate a little. Well, is a success in its own way. My hand blurred and I threw the senbon perfectly into the eye of a gargoyle at my side. A second after landing, the senbon starts to crumble to dust. I'm finally capable of producing nth metal after studying the Thanagarian mace. But it's not perfect. Is basically a consumable, a one-time use thing. Pseudo-nth metal, if can be called like that. I and Cortana deducted that lacks something in my body to perfect the production. Some sort of special radiation that emanates from nth metal. Still works. I tested passing a sort of pseudo-nth metal through an illusion made with Loki powers. The illusion distorted and disappeared easily, but the sword cracked and lost integrity. It's nth metal but very brittle. A failure in making armor, but success in throwing and disposable weapons. I can imagine myself producing a spear of pseudo-nth metal, Ulquiera style, and throwing at some sort of magic being. And if we consider that it's self-destruct and leaves nothing to people to study. Anyway, I produced a lot of crossbow bolts to Helena and shurikens to Cassandra. Now, I'm thinking in using a lot PF power boost cards in the creation power. There's a chance that will help. But I'm the type of guy to hold the consumable to use later, never using a potion in a game. I should change that. This is real life. Oh, I focus on Cassandra with my senses. Haha. Not so lucky tonight again, kitten. Your name is not helping you, it seems. I laugh seeing Cassandra subjugating Black Cat, with a knee on the back of the criminal and holding her arms from behind. Black Cat POV. And here I thought that Eidolon is bad. This little girl is a menace. It had to be his sidekick. But at least is possible to make a conversation with the guy. I did nothing, girl. I say when she pushes my face to the ground with her knee between my shoulder blades. She answers nothing. I was just taking a breath of fresh air. I say, suspicious. She finally says something, but is not what I want to hear. I know Eidolon. He let me off the hook last time. You don't want to contradict your boss, right? I appeal. But she doesn't budge at this moment. I hear the sound of a step and turn my head to the front. And I see the man himself landing. It seems that you two already met. Black Cat, Shadow. Shadow, Black Cat. He says like this situation is normal. I want to punch him now. Arg. A pleasure? Can you take your creature off me now? Issei annoyed. Shadow. He says, and like an obedient puppy, the little monster lets go of me and goes to his side quietly. I stand up and glare at the man. You can let her go if she doesn't hurt innocents, Shadows. Knowing how to judge the situation is an important skill. He turns to the side to instruct his sidekick and then he turns to me. Long time no see, Black Cat. How have you been? He asks nonchalantly. I was much better before meeting you. I say aggressively. Maybe I shouldn't act aggressive with the guy that can throw me at jail on a whim, but I can't help myself. And I have the impression that he is not that petty. He just tilts his head to the side, acting dumb about why I'm angry with him. I thought we departed on somewhat good terms. He comments, good terms. I departed poor, this is what you mean. I ask incredulously to this bastard. Will he arrest me if I punch his perfect face? Ah, that. He says and fakes realization. Even putting a show of beating his fist on his palm. And here I'm thinking that you're mad that the sidekick spot was taken by Shadow. This guy has the talent for getting under my skin. Okay, okay. Don't grit your teeth, Black Cat. Don't give him the satisfaction. I can see the amusement in his eyes. You're mad for losing money that is not even yours. Talking about entitlement. I can't simply let you get away that easily, right? He chuckles. A nice deep chuckle that reverberates in my bones. Down, girl. So this is the deal. I will not arrest you if you don't hurt innocents or steal things of cultural value. But if I catch you, I will confiscate your gains. He gives me a thumbs up, so work hard. Really infuriating. Come on. Don't act like it's unfair. If you rob a mob boss and be caught, your fate would be much worse. He comments, and he is right. My night activities are not risk-free. I'm advantage here if is not game over with Eidolon. I sigh and massage my forehead. The spider is much easier to deal. I comment, oh, did you meet him? Be easy on the poor guy, you're a bad influence. He says with amusement, yep. I notice. Really gullible. I got away. Easily. A little flirt and he was all flustered, raising his hands to the air and saying that has a girlfriend. Heh. At least my charms still work. Is this Eidolon that must be a eunuch or something? To my comment is Eidolon's turn to raise his hand to his forehead to massage it. Ugh. Really, Spider-Man? He really has a big mouth. So you really know his secret identity, huh? I accuse. Obviously, I'm world the greatest detective, Felicia. He says nonchalantly. It takes a second for my brain to process that he called me by my real name. You. Relax. Do you think I use it against you? But a tip from a pro, domino masks are dumb. He says okay, deep breaths. Is not game over yet. The little girl looks bored with our conversation and walks to Eidolon. Or better saying, she walks into Eidolon. She literally merges with his mantle. So she can merge in surfaces? So that is how she caught me off guard. I was sure that my back is facing a wall. Is a power that I would kill to have. Well, I have things to do now. Are you planning some burglary tonight? He asks like I would tell him to what? So that you can take my hard-earned trinkets? No sir, I'm done for tonight. I say okay. Bye, bye. Good luck next time. He says, taking flight. Sigh, I really don't know if I hate or like that guy. Hector POV. Next day, Mutant Town. In the makeshift hospital that I made to take care of the victims of the workshop, I walk with Callisto, Mikhail, and Cassandra. Everyone is already in a good condition. How many plan to go away? I ask half of them. But they will probably come back. Almost everyone has their appearance changed, so they just haven't suffered the discrimination yet. Callist answers with a shrug. I see. And the ones that want to stay? There's enough empty houses here in Metatown for them to stay. Callist says Metatown is what the residents are calling the place now. Officially, Mutant Town. To the outsiders, Mutant Ghetto. But is good that they changed how they called themselves. Is the first step. And the gangs? I ask. Is Mikhail that answers disbanded. There was some resistance. Some thugs want to be the new boss. We put them in their place. He says things will be peaceful while you provide with food and other things, but Callisto starts uncertain. Charity can only take them so far. Mikhail completes direct to the point. I know. I'm just equalizing the chances. With less worries they can focus in improving themselves. I say. Mikhail nods. Without the need to worry about their safety, their hunger, and other essentials for their livelihood, they have no excuse to continue to live like rats. He says, a little too rashly, but without reason. But an influx of money is needed. I comment. Or be self-sufficient. There are ways to help in the two paths, but will take time. We finally arrived in a bed in the corner of the hospital. Sitting there is a woman with light pink skin and red/purple hair, the color of the wine. She has some protuberances in some extremities of her body. Bones. I know her. I say nothing after arriving. The woman is looking at me intensely. Her name is Sarah. She wants to thank you personally. Callisto says she doesn't look very gratefully. I comment. And I feel Shadow moving discreetly to the woman's blind spot to take her down if she tries anything. She is always with an angry face like that. Callisto says, then looks at Sarah, urging her to say something. Let me join you, is the first thing that gets out of her mouth. Okay, you will be under Callisto's command with the Morlocks. I answer without hesitation, I want to be under you. Phrasing, woman. No, my inner circle is not something that can be entered that easily. I say she doesn't look happy, but she never did since the start of this conversation. She finally nods. Do you have a code name? I ask and she shakes her head. I turn around, making my 3 subordinates follow. Will be Marrow. Follow me too. She quickly gets up from the bed and settles behind us, at Shadow's side. Something more to report. I ask. The gangs are using a boy to profit. Callisto says a frog boy can produce a hallucinogenic substance from his skin. Mikhail adds like Beak, his bones are weak. But is even worse, he can't even walk. Callisto comments. I see. I make a portal and stop. Callisto, take Marrow with you and make a research on Metatown to see the people with crippling meta powers. I want details. I will help them later. She nods. Mikhail, Shadow. Follow me. Xavier Institute. Kitty Pride POV. I hate and love the internet in equal measure. At the same time, the internet is a tool to disseminate hate and bad things. It has memes. I can't stop laughing to myself with the memes of the Eidolon interview. There's even a remix of his words with autotune. Ha ha ha. He talked about a little of everything. People are finally thinking about the meta question. His revelations shocked the world. His inspiring words touched many people too. A new trend is popular now. The hashtag Eidolon challenge is what is called in social media. People are going to hear his words that they can change themselves in 6 months and is filming their progress to show the world and inspire others too. I pass my thumb on the screen of my smartphone and see one of them. Day 3 of the hashtag Eidolon challenge. The soreness is already gone and I'm feeling better. I see the caption of the video of a skinny guy in the gym. The comments are surprisingly supportive here. King. You dropped this and a emote of a crown. Nice going, brother, and other things. That was nice. Is mostly men in the challenge, and most of them are going to the gym or practicing a sport or martial art. But there are people doing other things. Like the guy that is learning how to cook, or that woman that is learning C and C++. People are doing and reporting their progress on social media. Even me. Rogue and Jubilee have joined Jean in her yoga. Right now, we just ended our session here in the garden of the mansion. There's also the controversial topic of men and women that Eidolon talked about. Many people are mad at him. Many agree with him. I have seen some news that restaurant owners are mad because their winning decreased since the Eidolon interview. They said that men are not taking women on a date in fancy restaurants anymore. Ha ha ha. If I go around on Instagram and see the post of some girl in a bikini, there will be comments like, "Don't simp, brothers. Stay strong. Don't let virtual women distract you from your grind, brother. Begone temptation. Are you horny? 10 push UPS now. Ha 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 ha. Why men are so funny." This last one is always accompanied by a picture of Eidolon giving his glare. And people said that he disseminated hate against women. The men are making fun of these people with memes. Like the flood of men vs women memes. There's no aggression, it's just comedy. I search for the memes on my smartphone. Hehe. Found it. Asterisk women, nuh. Their body is so unrealistic. No normal woman has a body like that. Is a bad influence on the little girls. Asterisk. And there's a picture of Lady Jade and Black Widow. Then there's a picture of literally Gigantomachia, the Hulk, and the Thing and the boys talking. Damn, I need to hit the gym. Men vs women and the bathroom. The women one is just gossiping and the men one is a gif of Eidolon and Thor exchanging attacks at high speed. Haha. I really love the internet. I don't know why people are mad. I agree completely with Eidolon when he said that we are not the same, but we should be equal. Even me that likes a lot of boys things. Jean also agrees with me. She always defends Eidolon. She is also a fangirl, even though she doesn't admit it. She even talked about her own experience. Even the way we do bad things is different. She said to us, "I can read minds and I know that when a guy sometimes messed up with his friends, most of the cases is immaturity, some dick measurement contest. And when boys fight with punches, they are okay shortly after without hard feelings. But woman, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned indeed." In school, when a girl does a bad thing to her friend is because she is really trying to be mean. And they never forget. Never. That must be most of the cases. Thankfully, here in the mansion, everyone gets along. Must be the outside threats that unite us. I can't say that I'm good friends with every girl here, but I at least am on amicable terms. Scrolling through my phone I come across a video Idolin bathing dogs in the most wholesome and cool thing that you will see today is the title. Girls. I call the other three come watch something. From Idolin. I say they lean on me. To watch. In the video, there's Idolin, without his mantle squatting while scrubbing in soap a big dog. Around him, there are dozens of dogs, almost 100. They're in the air too. Jean exclaims Idolin is keeping the recently cleaned dogs in big bubbles in the air. They're running around like giant hamsters. Look how the dog waits patiently. Jubilee comments he can talk with animals. Rogue says such a cool power. I comment the camera shifts and shows the sky filled with dogs in bubbles having fun flying around. That's cool and really beautiful. Jean comments and really is. The bubble shifts the light, making little rainbows fill the street. There are many other people filming too. Become some sort of tourist attraction, but at least no one is interrupting Idolin. He must be keeping them close with telekinesis. Jean comments about the dogs apparently the soap is a power too. And look, is a jet of water and wind from his hand I say. This is where? Rogue asks I don't know. Looks hot. Miami, maybe. I say these poor dogs must be suffering from the heat there. Jubilee sighs. Check the comments. Jean suggests is really Florida. They say in the comments that Idolin healed the dogs too. I read the comments he is a cool guy. Jubilee says the video shifts to a small mountain of dog food where the already dried dogs are eating. When I was going to comment about that, Jean suddenly raises her head. What? I ask. She is looking around and frowning. And then she smiles a little. Follow me, she said and start walking into the garden. We look at each other and after shrugging our shoulders we follow. Doesn't take long for us to come across the laughs of children. Turning around a bush wall, we met a strange situation. There's Idolin and Mikhail, the ex-evil, apparently, brother of Piotr. But Idolin is juggling 4 small children of the mansion like they are balls. Pfft. I can't help but smile at the situation. The children look like they are having fun, and Idolin has great strength and control when he puts them on the ground after seeing us. So is not dangerous. Long time no see, he says with his hot guy voice. I can feel Rogue stiffening slightly by my side. But Jean doesn't have this problem. Idolin. She smiles broadly and advances to hug him, even kissing his covered cheek. I noticed that Idolin really lives up to his philosophy of respectful distance. His hands never leave the side of his body and he just inclined forward slightly to allow Jean's kiss. Oi, oi, oi. Aren't they getting along too well? Jubilee whispers in my ear. I look at them. The distance between them is less than a step. Jean still has her hand on Idolin's shoulder and because she needs to look up, her back is a little arched. And her breasts a little too forward. She is laughing at some joke between them. A very relaxed laugh. A rare laugh coming from Jean. I look to my side. To Rogue. She is frowning her brows and pursing her lips slightly to the scene. Oh. Drama incoming. End of the chapter. Extra. A glimpse into the future. It looks just like a normal 2-story house in the suburbs of a quiet town. But the residents are far from normal. In the kitchen, the mother is occupied making dinner. Even if she can snap her fingers and be done with it, she still prefers to do these things properly. Using a blue apron over her red shirt and gray leggings, Wanda Carvalho, N.E. Maximoff was proving the sauce when she felt her husband appear in the kitchen. Dear. She smiles while greeting her husband. But then admonishes him, you should use the door, you're giving a bad example to the boys. She says while he walks to her and kisses the top of her head. Her husband is literally the most handsome man in existence to the humanoid standards he always adds when someone compliments his appearance. Hector is taller than most, with a chiseled jaw, deep blue eyes, and soft and shiny black hair. He is using a somewhat tight long-sleeve black shirt that really doesn't hide his muscles and blue pants. Really casual. He retreats to lean on the dinner table while taking an apple that is golden. Wanda frowns a little while still working on the food. How was your day? She asks. The same. Nothing happened with the multiverse, I just need to exist to keep those people in place. He says casually, throwing the apple high in the air before catching and taking a bite. I see. Wanda then bends over a little to take an ingredient on the kitchen counter. Hector continues to eat his apple in silence. Weird. Wanda thinks he hasn't slapped my ass. She remembers when she complained before, he replied that is his right and duty, and he plans to exert it. Did something happen? She asks while frowning. Is he in a bad mood? Nope. Crunch, he answers nonchalantly, giving another bite of the apple. Wanda tries to shrug it off like she doesn't care, but this is eating her inside. This time she goes to check the kitchen cabinet, literally sticking her legging-clad ass in Hector's direction. Crunch again, he is unfazed. She can't take it anymore. She raises herself up. Okay, what's happening? She turns aggressively to her husband and crosses her arms. He stops mid-bite. What? You haven't slapped my butt. You always slap my butt, she says. He looks at her and finishes his apple before finally answering, you are really hard to understand. When I do it you always protest with not here, dear, and glares and pinches my hand. Yes. But, it's not like I want you to stop, she says weakly. Hector rolls his eyes. Women. I finally understand you, my love. Relax, I will not slap your butt in situations like that ever again. Boundaries and decency are important. Thanks for teaching me. He smiles righteously. Wanda has no answer to that. Whatever, do what you want. She gives another standard dangerous answer of women. She turns again to the food. Maybe he spent time with the others. Or maybe he does not find me attractive anymore. Wanda thinks a little down. While she is lost in thoughts, Hector's two hands meet her bubbly butt cheeks very strongly. Kaya. She yelps a little at the sudden sensation. Do you really believe that? So innocent. I need to be crazy to not exact my rights. While keeping one hand mauling her butt, another goes to Wanda's front to bring her in a hug. He whispers and bites her ears lightly, before kissing her neck and sniffing her hair. The day that I don't do that, you can kill me, that I can only be an imposter. He jokes while trailing kisses on her neck and face. It's impossible for an imposter to take Hector's place. All his wives have a connection with him gained through many harem management perks, so they will never be tricked. And because of this, the thought of this not being the real Hector never crossed Wanda's mind. Dear HNG, not here. The kids and AHN, she protests, very weakly and unconvincing, because one of her hands goes to his nape to bring him even closer and the other meets her husband's hand that is toying with her breasts. Turning their faces, they kiss. Wanda loves the feeling of these familiar hands, lips, and now tongue giving her pleasure. Loves to feel her husband's hunger and lust for her. She doesn't resist when Hector turns her around and pins her against the kitchen counter, pressing their bodies tightly together. His right hand goes to her head of brunette hair while the other snakes under the waistband of her leggings and panties to squeeze her bare ass. She moans in his mouth while his hand mercilessly kneads her firm and soft butt like dough, his fingers dangerously close to her back door. Her hands are not idle either, going to his hair, scratching his back, squeezing his pecs, trailing through his abs, and finally landing on his crotch. There, she found the dick that she knows very well already, half-mast. And with a quick and skillful work of her hand through his length, she brings his member to full glory. This time, she is the one that moves him, exchanging places. Putting her husband back against the counter, she goes down in a squat on her heels, smiling while looking up at him. She releases his cock from his confines. Even at its normal size, is bigger than her forearm. She pumps it skillfully. While asking, so hubby, which of your other women have you been with today? He laughs. Why do you want to know? He raises an eyebrow. Nothing much, just to know. She shrugs while landing kisses on all of his length. Hector has a big harem, a really big harem. Wanda herself doesn't even met all of them. And she doesn't care. She loves him and is enough. And all others love him too, so work. Somehow. Some work with him, live with him, always close. Some live separately, like Wanda. And to take it some extreme, there are some that live in their home universe. They do what they want, normal lives, pursue power, adventure, research of magic or science, rule, or simply lays around. Wanda is good friends with many of his women. There are some that she is not on good terms, but is not like they will fight. So no, she is not jealous, but there's a competitive spirit in her. She wants to do better than others in pleasing the love of her life. Well, I pounded Anissa in her place early today. She asked me to breed her, but I denied it. His talk makes Wanda work faster with her hand. I went to other universes too. I visited Kinyi Yinger. You know how clingy she is, so I used time dilatation to spend days with her. Wanda massages his balls with the other hand. Visited his death in the hellscape dimension to give her a pause in all that slaughter that she loves so much and give her real love. Wanda goes even faster and starts to lick the tip of his cock. and then went to talk with Selene about magic research. We ended up fucking like demons too. Is this that you want to know? He smirks at her, passing a hand through her brown locks. So today is the day that you visit, you psychotic crazy women, Hector? I'm the last of the list on your little trip. She raises her eyebrow accusatory at him, but never stopping her work with his member. Ha ha ha. He can't resist and throws his head back to laugh. Yes and no. I decided to end the day visiting my lovely wife to spend some quality normal time with her. To relax and charge my batteries, he says while caressing her hair. HMPF. She scoffs while her tongue runs on the side of his cock. You always know what to say, huh? Is easy when I only say the truth to you. He answers easily. She scoffs again. Is not for nothing that so many women love this guy, she thinks. Even Jean one day said that if he put a little effort, there's no woman with emotions that he can't conquer. Normal people, heroes, villains, demons, gods, dragons, vampires, aliens, and other types of races. His harem has a lot of diversity. And even someone like Selene Gallio ended up on it. Selene Gallio is not much well liked by some of the others, even if Wanda has nothing against her. But her first impression was troubled. She and Hector, Eidolon, started as enemies. They fight each other sometimes. Hector even killed her. But she came back and did not want to fight again. She boldly declared that wants to be at his side. Hector laughed in her face and said that would not fall into a honey trap. But the woman is obstinate. She always wanted Hector's powers to herself. When she figured out that is impossible to win against him, she tried to join him. It's not a trap, my dear. She said to him many years ago, I know that I can't trick you. So I will love and respect you truthfully. If I can't have everything alone, I want to have it by your side. And I know that to do this, I can't fake my feelings, so my only option is, love you truthfully and entirely. Is the first step that I have taken. She approached and passed a finger in his sharp jaw. But you make it so easy to love you. She smiles at him. Hector can only look at her strangely, and he simply turns around and went away. But the fact that he hadn't killed her on the spot is proof that she truly starts to love him. Selene, great scheme where the first victim is herself. Years passed. She patiently waited, helping him without asking anything. Helping in the events of Necrotia and the establishment of his nation. Always there, by his side. Silently. Not forcing anything. Hector never lowered his guard against her. He is cautious like that. But eventually, she snaked her way into his heart and stole a spot for herself. Even Hector was impressed. And he could only smile resigned when he finally accepted her as a lover. Shago said that was the dark lipstick and his fetish in goth girls. But Hector is not dumb. He has his means to know if she is lying or faking it. If he accepted her, she truly loves him. In the end, Selene Gallio is now one of his greatest supporters. She is prideful, but even her pride changed a little. She has pride in having Hector. Her greatest achievement. She said they have a weird relationship, where Hector controls her to not go around consuming planets and universes to increase her power. She is the type that only cares about him and nothing more. One day she asked for a universe herself, but Hector denied it. So they made a bet. The two would reincarnate in a world of swords and magic. Selene would be the demon king and Hector the chosen hero. No memories and no powers about that universe. They need to play with what they have in hand. If Selene wins, she gains her pocket universe. If Hector wins, she needs to be obedient for 5,000 years. Plot twist, during the time there, they ended up falling in love again. The hero discovered the generic trope that he was being used by the royal family and married the demon king, and then they conquered the world and ended the discrimination between humans and demons. 50 years in that world without killing themselves, the countermeasures of Hector activated and they returned. Not even a second passed here. When the sealed memories returned, they laughed, and look even more in love now. The bet ended up in a draw. She received her universe, but she needs to share her control with Hector and follow some rules. After that bet, is normal for some of his women to take him on lifetime vacations. Back to Wanda. My poor hubby works so hard. Let your wife help you relax, she says sultrily. She aims the cock head to her face and opens her mouth wide, rolling her tongue off her mouth to make space. She is ready to engulf everything with her throat. But their eyes widen slightly at the same time. Faster than the eyes could see, they move to become presentable again. Hector leaning on the table and Wanda cooking. A second later, What they noticed arriving with their cosmic senses finally enter the kitchen. Dad, two young voices shouts at the same time. Billy and Tommy fly and run to their father, respectively. Billy, Wiccan, is flying while emitting starlight from his hand and goes directly to hug his father, and Tommy, Speed, is running at incredible speeds around the kitchen, streaks of lightning accompanying his every move. What I said about powers inside? Wanda asks sternly. Tommy finally settle in hugging his father's legs to shield himself from his mother's ire. Billy is already in his father's arms. Let the boys play with their powers, is help with control. Hector defends them, but if you guys break anything, know that there will be punishment. Be responsible, he warns afterward. The two children nod solemnly before Hector let the serious mask slip off his face and starts asking how was their day. Wanda stays there, watching her most loved boys talk with each other, between hugs and kisses on the cheek and forehead, and she feels very blessed. While seeing Hector carrying the two troublemakers to the living room while Tommy tells him how she hadn't let him paint his hair, she notices Hector discreetly gazing at her. A shiver runs down her spine, settling in her lower region. That gaze is full of promises of how the night will go on because of the interruption. She decides to focus on finishing the dinner and plans for the children to go to sleep early tonight. Mother. While she is focused, she hears Tommy calling her at the side. What's it, sweetie? She asks her speedster son. You're a hypocrite, he declares strongly and full of the righteousness that only a child can have. What? She asked, perplexed, already preparing to give him an earful and a grounding. You didn't let me paint my hair, but you painted your hair in your youth. Father showed me the picture. And then he shows her the picture of her young self on his hollow tablet. In the picture, a young Wanda with hair tinted black and red on the side. Hector. How can he show this embarrassing past to her children? Wanda's eyes glow scarlet, and the sky follows suit. The world starts to deform itself like is being stretched by an invisible power. That's it. I just need to erase this dark past. Definitely, she says while her hands start glowing too. In the living room, while Hector is sitting on his chair with Billy on his lap, Tommy arrives dazed and shouts, Dad, Dad? Mother is altering the fabric of space and time again. He snitches on her but is unnecessary. Hector already knows. He sighs tiredly. This is the price for a harem. Huge harem, huge problems, he thinks. His eyes started glowing to match Wanda's, but his shine white. Sigh, here we go again. End of the extra, non-canon for now. Hello there. So, this extra is just something that was in my mids for a long time, but with the progression of the story, would take a long time to write. So here is a good test to see if you guys like that. And to me, you know, one of the rules to me to add a girl on the MC harem is the mental exercise to imagine their future together. Is easy to imagine this future of Hector/Wanda. Heck, I even went beyond with Hector/Selene, and I find it strangely reasonable and not forced. Is my goth fetish so strong that I can't resist the dark lipstick? Tell me what you guys think. The little lemon is practice for the future too. BTW says what you think. I can clarify something now. There's a reader that chapters ago said that author, I don't like a harem, but I like your story. So I'm sticking around to see how it goes. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. Relax, that harem will take a part of the story, but will not become the focus. Will be even possible to ignore it. Maybe. The chapters are big enough that a little of lemon will impact nothing. This is what I want to say. Bye. Till next time. Chapter 51, X-People. Disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Thinking you're no good and worthless is the worst thing you can do. Nobita. Little hello, sorry for the delay. Let's talk about two things briefly. First, is not like I trolled you guys don't giving the X-Men part last time. Is that I decided not cut it in half and just teased it slightly. I believe is better this way, so I add some extra things in the middle of the last chapter to make the chapter end in an interesting cliffhanger. Second, the extra with Wanda is me teasing and testing the waters of the harem. Progression of this story is non-canon because is passive to alterations. Many people think in harem and imagine that the MC will put all girls together in a castle or something and let them there. But no, the guy has literally no limit to what he can do. Sincerely, I can't imagine any man that can travel through the omniverse, any store with multiversal travel where the guy don't make a harem. I mean, tears stories that don't even has romance. But this is another case. There's also the common sense of the world where he visits. If he go to DXD, he can literally in one travel and one swap catch them all like Pokemon. The morals of the world allows it. Is this gonna be shown in this story? No. Even if I said that the MC will eventually have unlimited girls, that doesn't mean you guys will see it. So don't worry about limits. Put himself in his shoes. MC, I'm sorry, insert your waifu name here, but I can't accept your feelings for me even if you're completely fine in sharing me with other women, and I'm the one that brought you here, and you love me unconditionally. Sorry, but I set the limit to 17 girls. What? You don't see yourself with any other guy, and will remain alone forever if I don't accept you? Well, not my problem. See? Sucks, huh? Limits are weird to the guy that has the omniverse at his fingertips. By the way, I was thinking in practicing writing smut, writing side stories about Hector in the future in Vacation Worlds. What do you guys think about that? Little snippets. Now, to the story. Enjoy. Recap. After making some plans to the future and manage his summons, Eidolon finally visits the X-Men mansion. Eidolon POV. After leaving Callisto, I and my two sidekicks arrive in the airspace of Xavier's mansion. Making a platform in the air, I observe things a little before announcing my arrival. Mikhail continues by my side a little nervous. Cassandra decides to go into my mantle. Is it her favorite place now? Or she is just shy? I look at the mansion. A large expanse of land. Xavier's parents were loaded. I use my visual powers to check everything. Everyone is here. Good timing. Why the girls are in yoga pants? Is this my Akirito's luck acting so that the moment that I visited I will be graced with such a sight? Thanks, I guess. But I have to say, comic book pretty really makes wonders in this world. Oh, a bunch of cameras. I see thanks to my special/super senses I can see the camera activities. Similar to Superman, I can see through the electromagnetic spectrum. I can see radio/television waves and broadcasted/transmitted frequencies. In this way that he avoids satellites. By the way, my vision is not a good of the DC main character, but is still pretty good. Cortana. I say in my mind. The cameras are broadcasting to 3 different places, Master. Should I investigate deeper? My AI companion asks. No. Let's not underestimate the technology of these people. Even if they can't counter you, they can still notice you. I answer. My meta-knowledge is a good advantage. Let's say, for example, I can bet 100 Gatcha points that one of the people spying on the X-Men mansion is Mr. Sinister. To the people who know, he is an annoying villain. Tremendously capable and cautious. A guy that is hard to kill because he has no qualms in cloning himself and controlling his clones remotely, or even transferring his mind to another body if he dies. Something that I would do too. Is annoying to see the similarities between myself and the villains sometimes. So, back to the focus, the number of people that know about him in this day and age could probably be counted on one hand. I only know about him because of my meta-knowledge. If he suspects that I know that he exists, he will probably hole himself up, making it hard for me to catch him. Actions have risks. He will not act if he thinks he will be discovered/caught. The same principle works with me. I will not act against these guys if I'm not sure that I end them completely. If I fail, will become harder to deal with them. This is not a game where I can load my last save and try again. Sinister, Sublime, Trask, Pierce, the 2 of them, Donald and Alexander. When I act against them, I don't want them to come back like this is a comic or a movie. I watch the X-Mansion with my many visual powers again to make sure. Yep, they're only cameras. No bombs or traps. I analyze the layout, residence, and other things. Cortana. Record everything. I instruct. Already doing it, Master. Is her reply. Looking from above I confirm that the X-Men are really in the initial stage of formation. There are only 5 adults in the whole facility. Colossus is only 19 years old, Storm is in her middle 20s, Beast and Xavier are in their 30s and 40s respectively. And Wolverine is really old. After this, everyone is a minor. But in 3 to 4 years the first generation X-Men will all become adults. This is another analyze of mine, observing the age of the people here, the progression of things. I think in 4 years this world will be like in the comics where supers are common as cabbage. I need to prepare. Too many people is always trouble. By the way, my investigations into Charles Xavier showed that he also has been in contact with other adult metas, like Forge and Darwin. So it's safe to say that Xavier people are much more than the ones here. I even searched for Sage. But I couldn't find her, because I never knew her real name and she has no distinct features. Her powers are nice but are not something I would die for now. I decide to finally go down and knock on the door. But there are some kids playing nearby. I planned to just wave at them and continue to the mansion, but they have different plans. They stopped me and Mikhail and with amazement on their face started asking all sorts of questions. Well, one of them at least, the extrovert one, the rest are too shy to say something and just keep staring at me. Are you Eidolon? The kid asks the obvious. This one has brown tree-like skin. I jokingly look at my hands. I think I am. They giggle, and then the barrage of questions starts for real. I answer the best I could. Mikhail at my side looks constipated, still nervous about meeting his siblings. Imitating Metromon, I decide to juggle the kids, obviously taking care to not hurt them. But they are having fun, so is not a problem. Megamind is a potential world to visit, but the powers there are inherited from their alien races and the technology is not a priority. Obviously, I'm still curious about the true power level of Metromon. The guy literally lived a whole day in less than a second. This makes him have relativistic level speed and reaction time. And that is fucking bullshit. This is Silver Age level Superman bullshit. When the Man of Steel used to fly around the world to revert time, sneeze entire solar system out of existence, and created superpowers every other day, is like Saitama being strong as much the plot needs. One day when I have biokinesis I would go there to try to take their physiology to myself and see if Metromon is a joke character or not. I also am not in hurry to go to the mansion, because someone will come at me first. Some seconds ago I felt a wave of mental power wash over the place we are. Jean. I could have evaded it, but she probably recognized my mental wavelength and is convenient that she takes me to the mansion. I can feel the 4 girls approaching. I don't remember them being close friends canonically. Kitty and Rogue, okay. But Jean was always with Scott, right? And Jubilee with Logan, like his sidekick. Seeing Jean appear from behind a living wall, I continue to juggle the laughing children while greeting her. Long time no see. The others appear too, following Jean. Is Jean a little different? The other are very surprised in seeing me, but Rogue. Wait. How? Her heartbeat is increasing, her cheeks are gaining color. Sometimes I think my super senses are almost an invasion of privacy. But serious. I have a 2-minute contact with her. Is she that much lacking in love? Or this is some sort of hero worship? I'm starting to think that Mr. Sinister is manipulating her too, like Scott, to her to like me and we make a baby. A meta that can absorb powers and physiologies is a scary prospect. Like me, but with Osmosian powers from Ben 10 2. I want an Osmosian card. Eidolon. Jean exclaims, making me focus on her again. There's really something different about her. My paranoid mind goes to dark places and imagines that Xavier did something. But maybe not. She looks better, I think. I put the children down while they protest and make sad noises. She advances with a smile and goes for a hug. Our evening together made us somewhat friends, but she is acting very friendly and outgoing. But she doesn't look in love with me or anything. I only inclined myself a little, while keeping my hands at my side. So you finally visited? She asks after kissing my cheek. Well, I would visit earlier. But I have a bit of an unforeseen circumstance to deal. An alien invasion. Do you believe it? I say, acting like is no big deal. She giggles. I think you are the only guy that can use this as an excuse and be true. Not true. This is becoming very common. These outlandish excuses, I mean. Another day I stumble into a wife trying to explain to his husband that she cheated because she was under mind control. I say, and it's true. There's also that guy that stole a vehicle from the company where he works and said that was destroyed in a battle of Spider-Man vs Rhino. Her eyes widen and the laughs while covering her mouth. She is pretty when she laughs carefree like that. Oops, down, Hector. Bad Hector. Don't even start it. In my defense, she is very close and using yoga pants. Can you blame me? I turn to the other 3 girls, they're approaching too, but acting more reserved when compared with Jean. Nice to see you two again. I nod to Kitty and Rogue Tentacity and Rough Rogue, right. I tease a little remembering they're roasting each other during our fight. Kitty that was going to say something almost chokes and Rogue's face goes to compete with Jean's hair to see what is redder. Seriously? Is this what you remember? Kitty exclaims exasperated. Well, it made an impression, I say and watch Rogue cover her face while muttering to Kitty to kill her fast. Rogue. Girls pact. Never talk embarrassing stuff in front of others. Deal. Kitty extends her hand to Rogue. Deal. Rogue replies and the two do a strange secret handshake. I turned the 4th member of this group. Jubilee. Famous in the X-Men 90s cartoon. She has Asian features. I'm meeting a lot of Asian girls recently. We haven't been introduced. I say to her. You act like you don't know her. Or everyone else in the mansion. Jean says at my side while rolling her eyes. Excuse me. I act offended. You say like I'm some sort of paranoid guy that investigates everyone's background. Is this what you think that of me? Yes. She says making her voice deeper and a deadpan face. She is imitating me. I can't resist letting out a chuckle. Okay. You're right. Did your telepathic powers evolve enough that you can finally surpass my defenses and enter my mind, Ms. Gray? I ask jokingly. She stops her giggling to make the deadpan face again. Maybe she answers exaggeratedly deep again. Her mouth twitched a little, holding a laugh. Woman. These yes and maybe are trademarked. You can't use it against me. The cheeky of this woman, using my vague answers like that. We two laugh a little, but feeling a negative emotional feedback in Rogue's direction, I decided to change the focus of the conversation. Jubilationally. A pleasure. I extend my hand at her. The tacit confession that I indeed know about her makes Jean rolls her eyes again, exasperated. Yikes. Call me Jubilee. The Asian meta says while shaking my hand. So, international superhero, what brings you into our humble school? She asks the main question. Later, the 6 of us, 7 if counting Cassandra in my mantle, walk to the mansion entrance. I said to them that I have business with Xavier and come to check on Jean. Too, like I promised last time. I don't reveal too much, because it's a personal thing for Jean. I don't know how much she told the people here, but my words made the mood a little awkward. I will not act like I don't know the why. Rogue must have a thing for me, and it looks like I and Jean are very close and compatible. From an outside point of view, Jean said that she sent a telepathic message to the professor and we start walking slowly while talking. The girls, Kitty and Jubilee mostly, asking a bunching of questions. That purple Oni samurai that appeared recently, is she one of yours? Kitty asks about Psycho. Yes. I answer. From my peripheral vision I see Jean holding a laugh again. Okay, maybe I have a problem in answering too little. Do you have people in, like, all around the world? Kitty continues. Yes. This time Jean laughs out loud. Okay, is not my fault, but vague answers are the best. Things will change in the future. I will have even more people and I can't say that most of them now are spies. I decided to continue my explanation even if I act more in America and Europe. Yes, I have people around the world. Why didn't they help in the invasion? Jubilee asks. Why didn't you help? I would be an asshole to say it. A good question of her part nonetheless. Because they didn't exist back then. But I can't answer this. See why vague answers are good? Not all of them want or are competence. I say, shrugging my shoulders. I said in the interview, our help is not always appreciated. I can't force them to expose themselves. I say, seeing their pensive expressions. I continue, and is not needed, really. The invasion was a piece of cake. Is better to let them stay anonymous for now. Who knows what type of enemies will appear in the future, right? Better to have trump cards. Is the invasion a piece of cake? Jubilee asks a little incredulously. Yep, I successfully changed the focus. Yes. Look at me going again. The Chitauri army is very, very weak when compared with others out there. The words weakest army in the galaxy is not an exaggeration. They're really pathetic. I say to their surprised faces. Obviously, when compared with the armies that fights these interplanetary battles. I add, if Thor was not mind-controlled we would have ended that battle in 12 seconds. I say. Jean looks at me a little. Because of this you don't like these types of powers, huh? Well, is the type of power that I less like. It makes things annoyingly complicated. I say with a shrug. We finally reached the mansion. And I'm not surprised in seeing the lineup waiting for us. So, should I be thankful for the welcoming party or be prepared for a fight? I whisper jokingly to them, making the girls laugh. Spoiler alert, I will win. I look at the people waiting. If I need to organize them, I would separate them into 3 groups. The adults, the main group of X-Men students, and the secondary group of X-Men students. The adults are the 5 that I said earlier. The main X-Men group are the ones above 15 years old, but not adults yet. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, and Jubilee are part of this group. There's Scott, Speak, Kurt. The ones I met last time. But there's also Robert Drake, Iceman, Warren, Angel, Ellie, and Yukio. Together with the adults, they're the first generation X-Men. Then there's the secondary X-Men team. Younger people with ages between 12 and 14. I recognize most of them from movies and cartoons, some are obscure characters from the comics. Sean Cassidy, the Banshee, is a blonde skinny teenager with middle-length hair. His power is to create sonic waves with his voice. He can use it as propulsion to fly using that suit with wings. Samuel Guthrie, the Cannonball, is another blonde guy, but with shorter hair. His power is thermochemical energy field propulsion. Sounds cool, but is literally a hot powerful fart. His lower body became a turbine. Interesting to note is that the Guthrie family is full of metas. The children are all here. Melody and Joshua Guthrie are part of this secondary X-Men group. The 2 had brown hair. The boy is called Icarus and obviously, he has bird-like wings like Warren. The girl can fly without help, but only this. The other sister is much more interesting. Paige Guthrie, Husk, has a power similar to of Darwin. She can adapt to extreme situations. She literally sheds her skin, changing her body to the best response to the situation. The others, Elizabeth, Joelle, Louis, Sissy, and Jebediah are younger kids. And they are only residents of the mansion. Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, is a blonde girl with a punk style. I remember her in X-Men Evolution. She can create energy bombs and I think she defected to the Brotherhood at some point. Ronnie Sinclair, Wolfsbane, is a lycanthrope. Very petite with short brown hair. I remember that she dies in the comics victim of a lynching. Well, is not happening in my universe. There's the Logia users Soraya Kadir and Cecily Kincaid. The first is an Arab girl wearing a black jilbab and the other is a redhead that can turn into metal. Crocodile and T-1000. Nice powers. And I was surprised to know that Scott's brother is here. Alexander Summers, Havoc, is the middle of the Summers child. Power, concussive energy projection, but from him, the thing is shot from his chest. I thought that he was a villain initially. Good for you guys, that is not the case here. But my worry is with the youngest of the Summers. And then there are 2 Brazilians here. Representativity? Woohoo. Anyway, why did the 2 have powers with fire? Well, Brazil is hot and has florists. But seriously, jokes aside, that is the image of Brazil to the world. In DC there's a Brazilian meta too. And try to guess her power. 1 try. Yes, fire. Green fire to be exact. She is hot at least. No pun intended. Like Scandal Savage, the daughter of Vandal Save, that is Brazilian too. And we can't forget about the new Wonder Woman. Hehe. From Amazon. I will not even say anything. Well, back to this universe. Amara Akia, Magma, and Roberto da Costa, Sunspot, have similar powers. Amara is the love child of Akainu and Whitebeard. Yikes with this mental image, but her powers are turning herself in magma and do earthquakes controlling the tectonic plates. In the X-Men Evolution she has dark skin and dark hair. Here, she follows the comics in being a boring blonde. An interesting fact is that she is from New Rome, a hidden city in Amazon that is controlled by Selene Gallio. Maybe she is a spy. Roberto da Costa is a black human torch that can't fly, for now, but he can absorb heat and fire, so I think he probably would win against Human Torch in a fight. The last 2 of this secondary group are interesting too. While we are finally some steps away from the X-Men, something happens. I look to the sky. It's darkening and I see. Interesting. I say while looking at the Native American girl of the secondary group. Kitty Pride POV. Whoa. Eidolon is really here. Is he taller than last time, or is just my impression? Last time he was completely covered by his mantle, hood, and everything. So we have seen very little of the man himself. Not even Jean has seen his face before the invasion, but she seems to trust him for some reason. I mean, if he wanted he could have hurt us. And if we had doubts that he is not a bad guy, the invasion and his actions later pretty much confirmed that he is not a villain. Now, I'm a little worried about Rogue. Her mind tends to go in the darkest direction possible. Seeing Eidolon and Jean interact, as Jubilee said, giving couple-y vibes, for some weird reason, because they interacted for one evening. Seriously, what they talked about. Now I'm curious. I'm feeling the chemistry from here. Poor Scott. Poor Rogue. I hope she calms down and doesn't create resentment from anything. They're simply good friends. If she thinks about it carefully, they just hit off. And is not hard to hit off with Eidolon, I'm noticing. Even if sometimes he gives vague answers, he is nice. I asked a lot of questions to change the subject and make Rogue focus in other things. I'm surprised that there's another huge group, beyond us and the Brotherhood. Even more surprised is that the Professor and Magneto never noticed them. This guy is really discreet. When we are approaching the rest of the people-th entrance of the mansion, something weird happened. Is like the world is ending. Started with weak and weird winds that grew strong. The sky darkening. A distant sound. Are we being attacked? Well, what bad timing from the enemy. Interesting. I hear Eidolon's voice at my side. He is looking at the sky. Everyone looks up too. There are figures in the sky. Is not possible to distinguish them. But they're giants made of shadows. The eyes that shone in different colors are the main distinguished feature. But looking with attention is possible to notice other differences. One of them has glowing purple eyes, one is just a mass of darkness, there's some that are red, another one white, one looks like a woman with a crown that shines in different colors, a bird made of fire and many other strange figures. Most of them are humanoid, or close to this. Everyone is already on high alert and preparing themselves to a battle. HMPF. I hear Eidolon snort and an invisible wave is emitted from his body. Is this some sort of mental power? With him at the center, the darkness is dispersed and the sky starts clearing. A very interesting power, MS. Moonstar. Eidolon says looking at Danielle that is between Suraya and Cecily. She is holding her head, looking uncomfortable. Oh. Is it her power that did that? Danielle, also known as Mirage, can create very realistic illusions of people's fears. The illusion can even interact with the real world to some extent. So everything was. I look at Eidolon. That ending of the world scenario. Was his fears? He is not looking at Danielle at the moment. His eyes are fixed on the retreating darkness. Right there, something refuses to go away. A figure, very small when compared with those giants from before. But that thing makes me feel really uncomfortable for some reason. I feel like my body and powers are getting out of control. I'm even trembling uncontrollably. I shakily look around and notice everyone in the same situation. The figure looks like is made of darkness and is flickering in and out of existence. A male figure with normal height, red shining eyes and a white smiling mouth. It looks like his hair are tendrils that are moving erratically in all directions by the wind. What is that thing? Eidolon points to the figure and disperses it like all the others, and the world finally goes back to normal. I, and many others, release a breath that I don't know I was holding. Eidolon's head turns to the group again. Well, this is awkward. I can feel the heavy mood. Are you two okay? Eidolon asks concerned too. I look at the group and notice that beyond Danielle clutching her head, David is bleeding from his nose, eyes, and ears. Was he attacked? I haven't seen it. Wait. Maybe. David Aline, also known as Prodigy, has an interesting power. He can copy people's expertise. Only work with people nearby of him, but he has copied Logan's battle experience, my computer skills, Dr. McCoy's knowledge of science. Well, these things wear off if the person that he copying goes away from him. So he is not taught overpowered. So, did he try to copy Eidolon's skills? Did you copy Eidolon's skills, David? Jean asks before me with a frown in her face. The 12-year-old boy looks ashamed and nods. There's no harm. Eidolon raises his hand to Jean and then advances a little to stroke David's hair. His hand shines a little. I think he is healing David. I'm flattered that you want to be like me, really. Eidolon say and is possible to hear the smile in his voice. Wait. So he get hurt because he copied you? Like an overload or something? How? This never happened before, right? I can't help but ask and I look around for confirmation. Idolin looks at me. Let's say that I'm a little overqualified. Then he looks at David again. This is a nice power that you get there, and you're still young. In the future, you will probably be able to keep the things you absorb from others. Maybe even what you absorbed from me today was saved as untapped potential. Use it for good, okay? To defend people. Idolin says, huffing David's hair again. The kid nods vigorously with shining eyes and a smile. Ugh. Idolin is really cool. A word of advice though. Idolin continues, too much of anything can be bad. Train your body and mind so that you can use your power well and that you didn't suffer. And not use your power so lightly. I know a guy, he is called Taskmaster. He is not even a meta, but he can mimic anything that someone does, only seeing once. A genius in his own way. But his talent has a price, as the more he duplicates the skills of other people like martial arts and gymnastics, he loses something else because his mind can't store everything. I call this lack of memory, like a computer. So his body, out of his control, started erasing things. Like memories from childhood, the face of loved ones and other important things. Damn, that sounds horrible. No power is worth this price. You're meta, unlike him, and maybe you won't have this problem, but be careful, okay? Idolin asks and David nods. Seriously, this remember me of when Idolin in his interview said that every power has a price. Did the universe already claim my price? Or I will suffer in the future? Taskmaster. I met this guy once. So this was his thing, huh? Makes sense now. Logan's gruff voice is heard and I turn to him to see him scratching his beard. Seriously, Logan has too many stories to count. And is always something about him killing something or something trying to kill him. Wait, are we forgetting about that whole day turning night scenario? What was those things? Paige asks, exasperated. I look at Idolin. Is just my fears manifested by Ms. Moonstar's power? Idolin confirms what most of us think. He looks nonchalantly. Your fears. Jean looks at him preoccupied. He looks at her and shakes his head. Just some universe-ending threats. Is more of a worry, really. Would be hard to keep people safe even if I win. And would be hard to win. He comments threats. Ororo asks cosmic horrors, demons, dimensional entities. These things. He says, and I am surprised at how nonchalantly he talk about these things. Come on man. But he acting nonchalant, calms me. I have to admit. And that last one? The small one? I ask. That one looked different. It was not like the others. Giant's visions in the sky. Idolin doesn't answer immediately. Is this personal? Now I'm feeling bad for asking. It's me. He finally says. Almost everyone turns to look at him surprised. You. Jean is the one that digs deep into it. Idolin shrugs again. Just my worry about going crazy. Being controlled or going to the dark side. He admits and says the last part joking. Some of us can't help but laugh. This guy really can control the mood. Thankfully Ms. Moonstar power was not at the Omega level. So all the images have not even a fraction of the real thing's true power. Jean still looks at him worried, but at this moment the professor advances. I think I owe you an apology. Idolin. This is not the first impression that I hope to make. He said. Idolin raises his hand to stop the professor. It's okay. Really is. Incidents like these can be really common in the meta community. I can't think less of you all because of an uncontrollable circumstance. And how is Ms. Moonstar? He said magnanimously before turning to Danielle that is still on the ground taking deep breaths. She has no evident problems, but show signs of exhaustion and heavy fatigue. Dr. McCoy says from Danielle's side. I can see Danielle mouthing something, but she is saying it too low for me to hear. What doesn't look like a problem to Idolin, because he answers her, it's okay, you don't do it on purpose. And is not like these fears are some deep personal trauma, only a preoccupation that sometimes keeps me awake at night. He then chuckles before continuing, and I dealt with them easily. Maybe I should thank you for the free therapy. Despite the situation, Danielle smiled. TCH. This guy is too smooth. The Gapmo is strong in this one. Looking all dark and being a nice guy. He extends his hand to the professor. We finally met, Professor. I read your articles, Children, Nature vs. Nurture and Influence of the X gene in the Development of Pre-Adolescence. I personally call it metagene though. Idolin says, chuckling. You too, Dr. McCoy. Your study about that new rocket fuel would accelerate spatial exploration in 100 years. Too bad you have to cut contact with the world. Eidolon says regretfully. Nerd. The professor and Dr. McCoy look pleased with Eidolon, and the professor says let me present everyone. Eidolon. They're most excited to meet you. He greets everyone normally. But at Scott's time he says something different. It appears that we started on the wrong foot last time. I had my reasons, I can understand yours too. As time proved, I had no bad intentions, so I hope you all, he says, gesturing to the people of the fight last time, including me and the girls, can forgive me, and we can let bygones be bygones. He extends his hand to Scotto. He is being the big man here. Scott. What are you gonna do? Scott nods a little stiffly but takes the offered hand. With an okay he nods and shakes Eidolon's hand. Well, you didn't need to hit us so hard. I joke while elbowing the black-clad hero. He looks at me with the eyes smiling. Well, I have my reasons to keep secrets at that time. And I can't go easy on you guys, maybe I would lose. He says. Pfft, okay, you say this lie and I pretend that I believe. Even Jean rolled her eyes at this. Good that any lingering grievance has been solved. The professor says with a smile, but I ask myself if you have any deep reason to visit, Eidolon. If you want to see around, you're more than welcome. Well, there are some reasons for me to come, yes. I promised Jean to visit, but this can wait. I want to talk with you, Professor, and ask for some things. But first, Eidolon turns around. You guys must know Mikhail, Piotr's brother. He says, gesturing to the silent man. Yep, we know him. We had a little of problem with him in the past. He is taller than Piotr with a low ponytail. He wants to talk with his siblings. Eidolon continues. The mood becomes a little awkward. The two brothers stare at each other without any of them saying anything. Eidolon decides to end this situation. Before you two talk, I need to say something. He told me about the last encounter between you two. Let's say that he is not that man anymore. There are circumstances for that. I will not enter in details because it's not my place to say, but let him explain himself. I can vouch for him. Eidolon says firmly. Well, if the man is saying. At this moment, a little blonde girl come running to us. Most of the kids, below 10 years old, is watching us from afar, curious about Eidolon, but like feeling that is about her brothers. Ilyana Rasputin comes and hugs Piotr's leg while cautiously looking at her eldest brother. This is somewhat of a mistake on our part. Ilyana is just a small girl of 5 years old. She doesn't have power, but Piotr was her last living relative. They thought that Mikhail was dead, so she lives here. She shouldn't look at Mikhail like that, but after the fight with Mikhail in the past, some of us let it slip and she heard it. So in her mind, her eldest brother is a bad guy that hurt her other brother. And she also hasn't many memories of her eldest brother. She was a little more than a baby when Mikhail was an astronaut and presumably died. Hello there, you must be Ilyana. Eidolon says with his eyes smiling. Your brother told me about you. He didn't lie when he said that you're cute. He says. Ilyana smiles slightly but still didn't let go of Piotr's pants. Is my brother your friend? She asks while looking between Eidolon and Mikhail. You could say so. He helps me greatly. Eidolon says in some cultures is natural to give gifts to younger relatives of friends when you meet them. You know, there's something that you like? I can get it for you. Oh, so much power? Ask for world domination, Ilyana. Plus highs. Ilyana answers uncertainly. I see. Eidolon's hands move under his mantle a little before emerging from the two front slits. He is holding 3 plus highs. They are like a foot each and look like chibi versions of Eidolon, Mikhail, and Piotr. Cute. I want the Eidolon and Piotr one. Here he gives to her. She smiles broadly while accepting the gifts. She then turns to Piotr and shows him, look, it's you. The big man smiles and nods yes. What we say. He nudges. She turns to Eidolon again. Thank you. He simply pats her head. Ugh, this guy can also give fatherly vibes too. I can almost hear Rogue ovulating beside me. I decide to be shameless. Hey, do you have more of these? I haven't seen them for sale. I say to him, acting overly friendly. He chuckles. Let's say that they're unique because I made them myself. Want an Eidolon too? He teases while taking another chibi Eidolon from below his mantle. Cute. With mantle and everything. Yes. I don't even hesitate and snatch from his hand. This is a collector item. Will sell for a lot in the future. Hehe. Thank you. I at least have good manners. Wait. I hear Jean's voice. Did she want one too? You say that you made it, but Ilyana only asked it now. And you gave her of her brothers too? How? Good question. Do you have a lot of plus highs of all the heroes? Jubilee asks. He chuckles again and shakes his head. No, I made it now. Is a power of mine. He says vaguely. Do you have the power to make plus highs? Jubilee asks incredulously. This is a very specific power. He only laughs and takes another plushie from under his mantle and gives it to Jubilee. But this time is a chibi Jubilee. With a yellow coat and pink glasses and everything? Wow. She exclaims thanks. And this is a weird power to have, by the way. She adds, making him shrug his shoulders. Not my weirdest power, you know? I have one that is literally healing people by kissing them. He says. Well, should I punch Rogue in the mouth now or what? Eidolon, my neck is all stiff. Because of how I slept, Paige says shamelessly. Her brother can only sigh exasperatedly while closing his eyes. Is that so? Eidolon asks while advancing. Wait, is he really gonna do it? When he finally reaches Paige, she gulps loudly in anticipation, but Eidolon simply raises his hand to touch her shoulder. A second later he retrieve it. Done. Should be better now, he said, and goes back to his previous place. I have a lot of superfluous power. He says, pfft, I should have known. Look at Paige's face. Hee. You're too forward, woman, and now I'm sure. Eidolon is a troll. He likes to mess with people a little. I watch. Eidolon offers Jean and Rogue plus highs too, 2 for each. One of him and one of them. He also gives his chibi version to Jubilee and my own plushie to me. Ha, cool. Piotr and Mikhail goes to talk privately in the garden. Ororo holds Ilyana for now. Eidolon talks a little with the professor. Is not any big secret, there's no need to talk privately. I hear Eidolon say after I pay attention. I think they're discussing where they can have a talk. So follow me to my office, Eidolon. Hank, Logan. Come with us. Ororo, can you watch the kids? The professor says, and she nods. Oh, they will be talk privately. Too bad. Well, we can wait for him. Watching Ororo move away and then the rest of the adults, I turn to Rogue. Look, he has better self-control than you, I say. She looks at me confused. He hadn't looked at Ororo retreating booty. I smirk at her, making her blush. Then we follow them. At least we can go to them till the professor's office. Eidolon POV. Is interesting. Interact with these guys. In my past life, these are the people that I looked up to as a kid. Wanting to be like them, have their powers, playing as being them. Now, I'm the big shot here. And most of them looks up to me. Is a strange feeling. As we passed through the entrance, I think about how these people looked like their comic versions. Like Xavier. Doesn't look much like Patrick Stewart, even if all bald heads look a little the same. Logan looks like Hugh Jackman a little, but he is small. Hehe. The 6 feet tall Hugh Jackman can make us forget that Logan is 5 feet 3 inches. Ororo is a little similar to Halle Berry, but even more beautiful and more curvier. Even being young, she has almost a MILF body. Is this a perk of her connection with Gaia? The MILF of the MILFs. At the entrance hall of the mansion, Kitty pokes my shoulder. You can hang your mantle here, she says, pointing to the coat hanger. I look at her and she looks at me. I shake my head slightly. I know her intentions, but goes to take off my mantle nonetheless. But first, I use my right arm to open my mantle and Cassandra gets out of it. Meet Shadow. My sidekick, if you want to say that. I present her to them. Like always, she says nothing and just stands there. Hi, I'm Kitty. Nice to meet you. Kitty, the most outgoing of these people, extends her hand. Cassandra hesitates a little before shaking the extended hand, but says nothing. She doesn't say much. Don't think she is rude, please. She had a troubled childhood. I explain. They nod in understanding. Many of us can relate. Jean says, yep, we can accept some eccentricity. Jubilee says, yep, they're nice people. I then remove my mantle and hang it. Wait here, Shadow. Can I trouble you guys to take care of her? I say to them. They didn't say anything for a while. Oh, absolutely. Nice body, by the way. Kitty winks at me and gives taps on my back. This is what she is looking for. Well, is natural to be looked at. I'm using a tight suit after all. And she is doing it mostly as a joke anyway. Your suit looks a little different from last time, Jean comments. Yes. My designer changed it a little, I comment while looking at myself. Basically, Edna just drew better white lines in my suit, but the difference is notable. My body looks even more aesthetic. Less is more, darling, she said at that time. You really have a designer to hero clothing? Kitty asks. Yes. You guys not? Nope, Dr. McCoy did that, and we mostly chose the color and other things. Kitty answers. I have noticed that the clothes of our plushie series different. Jubilee comments. Well, is because I made it with the suit of you guys that I think is cooler. I could take you guys to her one day. She would love to do something to you all. I say. That would be cool. Kitty exclaims. And now I say my temporary goodbye and follow Xavier, Hank, and Logan, leaving Cassandra behind. I hope she socializes a little with girls at her age. Now, about the man in the wheels. I'm only half surprised that he didn't try to enter in my mind at the first greeting. The fanfics lied to me again. Or maybe he knows better than try. I had an entire scenario where I would flip people's opinions of him after he mess up. TCH. Well, keeping things civil is good too. Entering in the man offices, we sit in around a little table in the middle of it. Xavier positions his wheelchair between the two couches where I sit alone and Hank sits opposed to me. Logan simply goes to lean in a wall a little off my field of view. A good position to attack me, but I don't care. So Dolan, we can talk calmly now. T? Or another thing. Xavier says no need. Thank you. I will be direct, Xavier. All of us are busy individuals, no doubt. I start, making him nod. 3 things. There are 3 things that I want to ask you. You can refuse everything, I will not be offended. Very well. If is in my power. He says smoothly. Well, to start, I would like to propose a technological exchange. I say exchange. This perk up Hank. Sincerely, this first thing is only a distraction. I doubt that they will accept. Yep. Nowadays, world-class genius have become common. I chuckle with Hank, but it's hard to combat good world-class genius. And we have similar objectives, even if we tread different paths. I say to nod. So we would research together? Or do you want something specific? Hank asks. Well, this deal would consist in us sharing things that we discovered concerning the metas. As I said, we are busy people. Would be hard to meet often. And about something that I want. I want the schematics to the Cerebro. I say, making the raise their eyebrows like I say you all can refuse if is a sensitive thing. In truth, I have my own Cerebro in production. Stole the idea from you guys, but start doing it in my own, alone. So probably should be different in some things. Would be nice an exchange to compare our creations. I say. And I not even lying. I really started making a Cerebro. But I don't put it forward because I wanted to check the Cerebro from here first. In the BNHA/MHA world, the prison Tartarus scanned and read the brain wavelengths of the most dangerous inmates to see if they use their power and neutralize them at first notice. My Cerebro follow a similar principle, and I believe that the one of X-Mansion 2 is a global scanning of the brainwaves of the metas to see when the powers are being used and locate them. There are other things that I can share too, like medic bays or hardlight constructs research. Jean told me that you guys used it on the danger room, but appears to be a little behind mine. I say, medical research is not even a problem if is to save lives. And if Elixir joins the X-Men, will become obsolete anyway. Freeubnov.com. I stopped talking and wait. Xavier and Hank exchanged looks, and are probably talking telepathically. Xavier is good at hiding his traces of telepathic activity. Sincerely, I don't care what they say. They probably will deny it with flowery words. Dolan. I'm sorry that I can't give you an answer now. I and Hank will discuss it later. He said. Called it. The Cerebro is like their greatest weapon. And there's that thing about maintaining saved metas' minds to resurrect them later, that I saw in the most recent X-Men comics in my former life. Is this what I truly want? And I already scanned the Cerebro earlier while I'm flying above the mansion. Sorry, but not sorry. You guys probably haven't made that save thing yet, but if I see you starting point I can get there eventually on my own. No problem. As I said, I will not be offended. Answer, do not answer, answer in some years. I really will not be offended. I say politically good. And what about the other things? Xavier says the second thing is divided into 2 parts, and is about the students here. I raise 2 fingers. You know, Xavier, I admire very much your work here. It takes money, dedication, and time to set up something like the Xavier School. Time is the thing I lack now the most. I say, speaking in a low voice the last phrase, "Thank you. Is good to know that you appreciate my efforts. It was really a challenge in the beginning, but everything is worth it now," he says. Xavier was a billionaire, but he spent a good amount of his inheritance on setting up this school. I have something similar. Recently I helped the mutant town, taking care of the gangs, giving medical care to some metas. There. Very recent project, but I'm working on it. I say. This is very good to hear. That place really needs help. We visited it in the past, but is a hard place to convince people that I want to help. He says. And adults are hard for you to indoctrinate, I bet. Yes. I want to eventually make there a better place, but will take time. What I want to ask is, in the eventual situation that I find a recently awakened young meta, could I bring the kid here? I confess that I don't have the structure to take care of them, for now, I say. Is bad to give more people to Xavier? Maybe. But I really don't think that he is an outright villain. Just a weirdo Dumbledore. I really don't have a place to put a kid that awakens a power and has no parents. Mutant Town is not a good place for now. And better here than Shield. And the fact that I can eventually bring a summon of mine here to be my spy is a bonus. Oh, of course, you can. I would be more than happy to help anyone that you bring. He says, smiling, thank you. I nod. The other thing is about your actual students. As they're responsible, I would like to ask you first, the permission to do some exams with the students. Obviously, only the ones that want it, and nothing invasive. I say calmly. Exams? Hank asks, well, is like that. You all must have watched my interview. They nod. I said there that I'm producing a serum to help all metas to better control their powers, to make their bodies more adaptable and other advantages. But to make the better of it, I want to study all types of metas, powers, physiologies. This school has a good amount of people with strong powers too. Metas' physiologies can vary greatly from one to another. I need to study everything. I say. They stay in silence for some time and I decide to continue. There's another immediate thing that I'm making. I say, taking a gun from behind me, simulating that I took it from my utility belt, holding by the barrel to not scare them. Can I try it on you, Dr. McCoy? I can assure you that is harmless. I say to him. I could have explained, but dramatic effects are good too. After some time, he nods, trusting me. The design is a gun on this, but I will be making it a wristband when I can make the energy shooter smaller, to direct send to the body constantly. I say before pointing the gun and shooting at Hank, that instinctively raise his arms. A ray of energy touches him without a problem and does nothing. He acts like received a shock and his blue fur starts to recede. His appearance slowly went back to normal human. This gun is one of the first things that I gained with the Gatcha, capable of rendering useless the metagene of someone for some time. I studied it and already produced collars to keep metas under control, but I will not tell them that. I'm surprised myself that people here hadn't produced something similar till now. I remember that they made it in the comics and movies. Again, I'm too early in the storyline. Amazing. Hank mutters while looking at his smaller, normal, and boring hands. He raises himself from his seat, holding the waistband of his pants, and goes take a smartphone to look at himself. After some time of admiring his own appearance, he comes back. That's really incredible. How is that possible? How long does it last? He starts bombarding me with questions. It just paralyzes the metagene and I put in the lowest power, so will wear off in 2 minutes, I think. I say works perfectly with most metas, because bypass the defenses and attack directly the meta. Factor. Most. The professor asks. Sometimes only lows the power level of the meta and do not make some appearances change when is unrelated to the meta power. I shrug. As an example, if I shoot your student Kurt, he would still be blue. Wolverine would still have his claws inside his body, but couldn't pull it off. Things like that? I answer, this is revolutionary to help people with detrimental powers. Hank starts and goes on enlisting the advantages and uses of this technology. I interrupt him. Yes, because of this I'm making a side project of studying all metas that I can. But sorry to burst your bubble, but I can't share this technology for now. I say, and I can see his excitement leaving his face. You guys must understand the disaster that would be if this fall into the wrong hands. I say to them. Their serious face shows that they understand. But Hank goes to argue. Sorry, Dr. McCoy. Non-negotiable. And you guys must know that you all are on constant watch, right? I say. Their refusal to cooperate early only makes things easier for me now. The order in me presenting my proposals is well thought. Want something from me? Give something in exchange. And there's no good reason for them to stop me from contacting the students. And maybe I can recruit them with time and copy their powers. So many Omega levels here. How can I not want it? My power manipulation almost makes me salivate just from standing in this school. Now I understand all for one. Yes. Mostly for SHIELD, right? The professor answers me. Is good that you're aware of this. I say. In the past, I made a deal with their former director, Peggy Carter. Would be impossible to keep this place a secret only with me. He says I understand. Convenient to the two sides. I bet Fury must be watching this place like a buffet of new recruits too. About your proposal. I will talk with the older students, Dolan. Xavier says, and I nod. Not really worried about it. Having contact with them would accelerate things, but is not overly necessary either. The last thing. I would like you to arrange a meeting with Magneto for me. I say, surprising them. Do you want to meet him? Xavier asks to make sure. Relax, I will not hurt your lover. I don't plan to have a fight with him. If this is what worries you. I really want to talk with him about some things and I have a proposition for him. I say I know where he is. But knowing that misunderstandings can easily become fights, I prefer to ask you to convey my words to him. I say, well, so I will contact him. If he comes or not would be his decision. Xavier says. I nod. Can be here. The place of the encounter. A middle and neutral ground, if you allow it. You can participate in the talk too. I say, making him nod. I then take a special smartphone of my utility belt, but really talking it from my Sky Poison Pearl. You can contact me with this. Can call or send a message. This thing encrypted the message, untraceable and other precautions. But only calls me. I give it to Xavier. You can call me if some trouble appears too. I say. After this, we have some small talk about the world, and our work. Logan is the only one that keeps himself out of the talk. I think he has his memories back, not all them, but enough. Next time I will talk with him. We leave the office. Still talking a little about the professor's experiences in some countries and me talking about what I saw there too. Different treatments of metas and other things. When we arrive at the common room of the mansion we see the girls fussing over Cassandra. With my super hearing I heard they asking air about me all the time. But Cassandra never said more than 4 words during the whole conversation. But even so, Kitty and Jubilee made a great effort in including her in the talks. There you are. Girls. Why don't you take Dolan on a tour of the mansion? Showing him around. The professor says before saying his goodbyes, I think he is going to discuss our talk with the adults, including Storm now. We would love, Professor. Jean exclaims and the other girls follow suit. Look at me, I'm popular. You know, we totes want to help you and the Avengers during the invasion. We are this close to jumping in X-Jet and going to New York, but the professor stopped us. Kitty says while showing the said X-Jet in the hangar below the basketball court. I'm glad that he stopped you guys. I say it was too dangerous. Hey, we're X-Men. We trained, and we're pretty good too. Jubilee exclaims at my side. I apologize, this is not what I mean. I say bowing my head slightly to disarm them. Is that making a big debut like that would attract attention? Most of you guys don't ever wear a mask. Would not be hard to track you all. Here. And here. Live kids. I say, making them understand. It's even a joke in the Marvel fandom in my former life on how this school is attacked every Sunday. Makes sense. Jean says. Almost every one of the first group of the X-Men was accompanying us. We walk a little while I answer some things my people and we arrive at another interesting place. The last of the tour. This is Danger Room. Where we train. Kitty presents to me the big space full of white tiles. We are observing it from the control room. This room can become any environment and we mostly fight ourselves or robots. Bobby Drake says interesting. I see that mostly use holograms and the hard light constructs become a footing. Not efficient. Say to Dr. McCoy to instead of trying to make the hard light constructs better, try to make the place more susceptible to the existence of the constructs. A certain frequency of electromagnetic waves can help solidify the light better. But he needs to pay attention to the effects in the human body too. I say while analyzing the place. A little behind me. They are looking at me strangely. What? Nothing. Is easy to forget that you're smart. Jean says smiling. Nerd. Kitty mutters. I shake my head. Want a spar? I can teach you some things. I offer to get back to her. No 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 no. Rogue already showed us that will not be fun. Kitty exclaims, shaking her hands. I raise my eyebrow at that. What are you talking about? I ask, you didn't know. Kitty asks while raising an eyebrow too. Last time when you and Rogue tumble, she says with a hint of sexual innuendo, making Rogue blush, she absorbed your powers and mind, don't you know? She absorbed what? Impossible. I protected myself thoroughly. My defenses, mental and physical, are raised to the highest level at that moment. She should just absorb some of my stamina and be energetic for a few days. I say seriously, well, not exactly. Rogue really used some of your powers and acted differently. Kitty says this makes me look to the goth meta while narrowing my eyes. Did she have access to my memories? No, I would have felt her powers harmless, washed over my mental barriers last time. It's only a little, Eidolon. Jean says, probably guessing what I'm thinking. She is only influenced a little by your ID. No memories. She says. Oh, so is a little similar to that boy, Prodigy, from early. Some sort of uncontrolled psychometry that absorbed the overall foundation of my mind. I analyze, and about my powers. How much did you absorb? I ask. A little over 100. She says, stammering a little. So little. Then it's okay. Little. I hear Kitty muttering, dumbfounded. I ignore her and approach Rogue. I think I owe you an apology too, Rogue. I say with a little bow of my head. I had my reasons to test your power at that time, and I was pretty sure that would not have consequences for your part. It seems I was wrong. I hope you haven't been in trouble, I say sincerely. No, no, no. Is not a problem, really. Is even a lil cool. She says in her characteristic accent while shaking her hands. Why did you do that anyway? Scott asks as a test. As you guys must have noticed, I'm very preoccupied with people controlling me, cloning me, or absorbing/stealing my powers. So I want to test to make countermeasures. I say to them. I continue. I also wanted to see how Rogue power works to help her and others. I say. Help. Kurt, Nightcrawler asks. With a mental command, I control the nanobots of my suits, making them recede off my arm. From the wrist to the elbow, leaving a glove to protect my fingerprints. Go on. Touch it. I say to Rogue, and she widens her eyes. When she goes to say no, I stop her. Relax. I can resist if I want. Even if you pass my defenses, you can't hurt me in a little time. I say, and then smirk at her, and the worst that could happen is that you gain a temporary Eidolon power package. Some laughs. Obviously, if you don't want, I can't force you. No. I will give it a try, she says, and takes of her glove. Slowly she approaches her hand on my forearm. And then she touches it. Everyone waits with rapt attention. Nothin'. I am absorbin' nothin'. Rogue mutters dazedly while growing bold and starts stroking my arm. Wait. Shouldn't this be the cliché moment where she would kiss me? The fanfics lied to me again? Oh, wait. I'm using a mask on the lower half of my face. TCH. Who thought in this design? Calmly analyzing, is possible to notice that Rogue's skin, especially her pores, have some sort of suction force of bio-aura. I think is possible for you to control it. Too bad you can't, because practicing is lethal to others. So you continue untrained. I say. And she continues to caress my forearm. Woman. Calm down. Well, I can let her have it. I decide to tease her a little. I mean, you can't blame me, right? I take hold of her arm to look attentively at her skin. Yes, the pores. The hand has more absorption power, and I turn to her, raise her chin, and look at her face from close. She blushes. Hardly. Your lips are the area that can absorb stronger, I say calmly. And she blushes even more. Arg, my heart. I'm faltering. Can I kidnap her and take her home? Calmly I remove myself from her and act like I did nothing much. Is not hard to make a device to shut down the suction force. And Rogue can accustom herself to the situation and train. I was working on things like that. Don't worry, Rogue. Will not take long so that your power will stop causing problems. I say reassuringly. Consider this a compensation for the trouble. K. She mutters weakly and still a little dazed. Then the X-Men start guiding me to the surface again. So, you're good at sucking, huh? I hear Kitty tease her friend from behind the group. Jean Grey POV. Our group reaches the normal mansion again, When we are close to the entrance I turn to them. Can you guys give me a little privacy so that I can talk with Eidolon? I say. Most nod without a problem. But I noticed some making faces, like Scott and Rogue. This is complicated. Shadow, stay here. Eidolon said at my side to his sidekick. The girl/teen nods obediently. I understand her name now. She is Eidolon's shadow, always following him silently. After we walk off the entrance, I guide him to a separated part of the garden. On the way, we saw Mikhail and Piotr talking. It's looking like they're getting along now. Good. Knowing that this is a mansion full of people with powers, I guess that is hard to have privacy. So should I take us somewhere? I think our spot in Everest is still there. Eidolon jokes to me. I laugh, thinking about the funny situation. Imagine someone climbing and finding a rock shaped like a couch in Everest. In the Everest, a man with a beard and white streaks in his hair is taking a deep breath while looking at the scenery. The man is using a blue GI. You did well, Strange. You're almost ready. Suddenly an old Chinese person appears by his side. He is bald with a 3-inch goatee. Even looking old, his posture is straight like a lance and has eyes that shine. Ready for what? Stephen. Strange asks. You don't need to know now. The Ancient One responds vaguely. You're preparing me for something and you can't even say what. Wouldn't be better if you warned me beforehand? Strange asks, annoyed. A specific goal can narrow your vision, Strange. Let your mind be open to the infinite possibilities. The Ancient One says sagely. Strange can only grumbles. Let's go back now. I will say to Wong that you can officially visit the part of the library that you have been invading. The Ancient One says while turning around and opening a portal without even making a gesture. Stephen goes to follow him but stops when sees something unusual. Is that a couch? He asks. His question makes the Ancient One laughs. Let's go, don't mess with the lovebirds' date place, he says before passing through the portal. Back to Jean. No. Here is good. Relax, no one will eavesdrop, I say to Eidolon. He looks at me with a weird face but does not comment. While we sit on a bench I see him waving his hand a little, maybe using some power so that people can't hear us. I let out a sigh while we sit. This is nice. I finally figure out why I like to be around Eidolon. I mean, he is nice and considerate. Even if this would be the first impression that someone would have of him. Even now, he's simply waiting for me, letting me to my own thoughts. But the main reason I discovered after getting better with my powers, my empathic powers to be exact. Eidolon is calm. Empathic powers are not a super pleasant power. You don't simply read what the other person is feeling. You feel it too, even if slightly. And when I get close to Eidolon, the major feeling that I get from him, or better, is calmness, or better, his state of mind is always mostly calm. Like a mountain or the ocean that can't be moved so easily. Is nice. Sometimes I catch other feelings like amusement or surprise. But he is always in good control of his emotions. And this is not something that I feel often. The most negative feeling that I get from him till now is a mild annoyance when Prodigy copied him, or when he thought Rogue read his memories. But it is so small, and he controlled it quickly when he accessed the situation. And wasn't nice? Someone that calmly thinks and seeks information before saying or doing something in anger, not letting their negative feelings take over. So, you look better, Eidolon says while looking at my face. I smile at him. How can you tell? Are you analyzing my blood flow, pores and respiration? I say with a smirk, and I almost laugh seeing his eyebrows rise. Rogue. He guesses right. Haha. Yes. I see. So you investigated my mannerisms from Rogue and using your powers, now you have a good idea of my way of thinking, he says, analyzing it perfectly. Rogue passed 3 days acting like Eidolon and she said how she felt and some thoughts at that time. So I paid attention and now have a really good idea about this man beside me. He nods, looking impressed. Not bad, detective, he says, and I chuckle. So, news, he says, and I laugh. Eidolon making small talk. I ask him what? A good way as any to start a conversation. He shrugs. I guess so. Well, I read and practiced the texts that you gave me. Helped a lot, thank you, I say, and he nods. The Eidolon Rogue episode was interesting. She kicked our asses while being you, I say, and he chuckles. We almost has no troubles with the Brotherhood recently. Maybe it's because of you? I continue. And I broke up with Duncan, I say, and watch his reaction. Oh, sorry, I guess, he says, looking at me, giving nothing of what he is thinking. Don't be. I'm feeling light now. I say I see. So Scott has a chance now. He asks teasing. I can feel my lips twitch. I decided to imitate him again. Deadpan face and deep voice. Maybe. Ha ha ha. You're getting better at it. Be careful to not become a habit, can be very addictive. He says to me before taking a deep breath and going silent. He keeps himself like that for a time. There's something troubling you, Idolin? I ask, making him look at me. He looks deeply into my eyes. Is that? He starts, a little unsure. I have something to tell you, but is not good to tell you now, and I'm feeling bad for hiding it from you. He says something is important. I ask yes. Very important. He says seriously, and I can feel my heart beating faster. And why didn't you say now? I nudge. Is better for everyone that I wait. Even if is not fair to you. He gives a sigh. I look at him and takes his hand into mine. I'll wait. It's okay. I trust you. I say. I can see him smiling under the mask while looking at me. Thank you. I will make up for you. And even let you attack me one time if you get angry in the future. He raises his index finger. Haha. Attack. Yes. One move. He says seriously, no fire. He adds this, remember me. The phoenix thing. One of the illusions that Danielle made was a bird of fire. Was that the phoenix? Is Idolin scared of it? Or scared of what that can do? About that phoenix. I start. Did you feel something about it? He asks, and I shake my head. So there's no need to think too much. Don't worry about my vision of the future. Can never happen after all. He says okay. One often meets his destiny in the road he takes to avoid it. Idolin quotes from somewhere, these visions of the future are tricky. Just keep it in mind. He says. After this, we stay in comfortable silence for some time, but I decided to break it. So, how is the hero business? I ask with a teasing smile. He smiles too. Tiring. I see some bad things that are not pleasant, but someone needs to do it. He says, I think is nice what you're doing. For everyone. Especially the metas. I say, ho. Good that you think it. He says and pauses before speaking again. All of this is unexplored territory, you know? I think I know what I'm doing, but I really don't know where this path will take me. Everything can go wrong at any moment. But this is needed to be done. We can't stay like that. He confesses. I don't think you're wrong, Idolin. No matter what other people say. Remember that. I say, squeezing his hand that I'm still holding. We see many people making protests about him, asking the government to arrest, kill, or kick him off the planet. Dumb people. Really. But sometimes a lie can become the truth if many people repeat it. Must be hard for Idolin, doing his best and seeing people hating him even so. Thank you. Means a lot coming from my first fan. He says, first fan. I ask with my lips twitching. Well, I gave you my autograph that time, Marvel girl. I hope you kept it. Must be worth a lot now. He says with a smile. I must have thrown it away. I don't even remember where. I lie cheekily. How dare you dash. He starts to act hurt but stops. He looks in another direction. What is wrong? I ask a visitor. He said, and the fact that he raises his hand to shield the mansion in a force field shows that is not a simple visitor. A second later something crashes against Idolin's shield like a cannonball. Not something. Someone. The shield distorts and cracks. Idolin dissolves it and let the intruder fall into the ground harmless. I know that guy. He is problematic. But I look at Idolin at my side. What bad timing, Juggernaut. XAAA6EER. Come to meet your death. The Juggernaut, the professor's brother, shouts to the sky. You need to jinx it, huh? He jokes at my side, making me roll my eyes, but I think that is my fault. He murmurs before moving fast enough to disappear and reappear in front of Juggernaut. At this point, the rest of the X-Men is already appearing from the mansion ready to fight. Sorry, can you come back later? I already booked the whole day of the mansion. Idolin quips while calmly standing facing the mountain of men clad in red that is the Juggernaut. You thinking that you can tell me what to do? I'm the Juggernaut. Bitch. He exclaims before trying to hammer Idolin down with his right hand. To meet the attack, Idolin raises his left hand and catches it. The encounter makes a shockwave that pushes me a little and makes cracks spread like a web in the ground. Oh, stronger than Thor, but slow, Idolin says before disappearing from his spot. He appears already giving an uppercut in the Juggernaut chin. The attack made another big shockwave. I thought that the Juggernaut would fly in the sky, but he only floats less than a meter from the ground, before heavily falling into the floor again. The whole exchange makes Juggernaut appears that weighs thousands of tons. Juggernaut then tries to catch Eidolon, but he dodges, appearing a few steps to the side. And Juggernaut tries again, and again, and again. And Eidolon simply sidesteps everything faster than the eye can see. Eidolon then stops in the middle and lowers his body a little, raising his elbows behind his back and, boom, he throws himself against the Juggernaut's chest like a panther and carries him away. So fast that they disappear and I can only see a dot on the horizon. The wind generated from the collision makes the trees bend. 45. Oh wow. That's the thing about Eidolon. Like me, and others in the mansion, he is an Omega level. But is not like we are invincible. We are humans. If I'm caught off guard, I can be knocked out like any other person. But Eidolon? He has this aura of invincibility around him. He is simply too fast, too strong, with so many powers that is like he has no weakness and is perfect. How can you defeat something like that? I couldn't even follow him with my eyes. If he wants he can blitz through everyone in the mansion and defeat us before we even notice. Is another thing about staying at his side. I felt safe. Eidolon POV flying through the air with my eyes glued to the Juggernaut that is flying uncontrollably ahead. I sigh to myself. This is Marvel. A planetary level boss can appear at any time, literally dropping from the sky. That's it. I'm using my travel tickets to farm some powers in other worlds in the next Gatcha. It's too much of a coincidence that the Juggernaut attacked while I'm visiting the X-Men. If I have to guess, someone tipped him in the direction of the mansion to test me. Maybe Sinister, maybe Magneto. Pushing me forward faster, I deliver another strong punch in the Juggernaut's chest, keeping him flying in the air. We already left the east coast of America. The Juggernaut, the guy who siphons power from Citak, an universal level threat. So the Juggernaut can reach at universal level in his strongest. Thankfully, like everyone till now that I met, he is still inexperienced and weaker than his best at the comics. Super strong and super durable. It looks like he weighs millions of tons. Because he has the potential to have infinite force, right? FMA. But this does not scare me. A brute can't scare me unless it's Saitama. A slow brute like the Juggernaut then. He can't even fly. And because of this the fight is already over. I move again and punch him in the liver, making him go higher in the air. And then I start my combo, hitting him. Adding more strength each time, I guide him higher and higher. He's a good sandbag. I always want to see how strong I am. When we finally leave the atmosphere I stop and fly above him. He has some damage here and there, but nothing that will make him stop fighting. He is the Juggernaut after all. I could simply kill him now, keep him in space eternally. But I have another idea. Let's test my strength. I pull my fist back and concentrate my strength on it. One for all, Nin, Haki, and other powers. And I punch. The only thing I don't add is too much speed. Only strength. With no tricks. I can hear a muffled sound on the edge of the atmosphere while Juggernaut falls on Earth faster than a bullet. I look at him. Master. Cortana starts. I know. I flex my legs and flew to catch up. With him at this speed, he will pass the crust of Earth, shift some tectonic plates, and bring continental-level disaster only for the aftermath of his hitting the ground. I surpass his fallen speed and use many powers to slow his fall, punching where he will fall to move the air, making the air elastic. Boom, he hits the ground making a huge cloud of sand. We are in a desert in Namibia. Juggernaut at the center of a crater with miles of diameter. I use other powers to stop the shockwave from propagating too much. I don't want sandstorms, tsunamis, or any construction being uprooted. I float to the fallen Juggernaut. He is lying on the ground, bleeding all over his body and unconscious. But alive, and I think he is healing a little. I haven't given a chance to the guy. Stepping on his stomach I scan his body with my all-seeing eyes of God. In the chest, I mutter, find what I'm searching for. At this moment I look to the sky and deactivate the satellite that's spying on my fight. What I'm gonna do, I want to keep it a secret. Cortana, prepare a video about this fight to post on the anonymous website. Are you sure, Master? Yes, maybe people will think bad of me because of the damage, but is better that I show it. And is good to make anonymous a neutral party. That shows the bad side of Eidolon. Will be done. She answers and I focus back on my defeated foe. Calling one of my powers, a glove of spiritual energy covers my right hand. The glove is dark red and makes my fingers pointy. I make a grabbing motion and a katana appears in my hand. Yon powers. I don't even need the sort of actuation to it. I murmur before pointing the tip of my katana at the Juggernaut's chest. Using my other hand to aim, I pierce his chest and open a glaring red wound. Making my katana dissipate, I take my glove-covered hand and pierce the wound. Fumbling a little, I found what I'm looking for. I yank my arm back and watch Cain Marco deflate. Then I cure him. In my hands the crimson gem of Citak. A red diamond big enough to cover my whole palm. I look at it intensely, seeing if I can discover its secrets. Before I felt myself being pulled by something. TCH is my last sound before I appear in a crimson red place. Third-person POV. Hector's astral projection finds himself in the crimson cosmos, the personal dimension. Citak, the destroyer, is a universal level being that is worshipped as a god and as a demon by many. In the past, he was banished from Earth together with his peers, and because of this, he uses his gem to spread destruction in the form of his avatar, the Juggernaut. Hector's astral projection calmly floats in the crimson cosmos while taking in everything. There isn't much to see, only floating rocks and a crimson sky. Finally, he sees a huge figure sitting on a throne. His form is similar to the Juggernaut in a full suit, with a round head. The form extends his hand to point at Hector and says come. Hector raises his hand in apology and says no, sorry, bye. And he yanks himself back from the crimson cosmos. Back in Earth, Eidolon felt himself in his own body again and releases a sigh. Passing a hand through his forehead, he noticed that he is sweating. I have no chance against that thing. He clicks his tongue while recovering his composure. One of Yon's powers is something that Hector calls soul anchoring, the ability to pull his soul or astral projection back to his body from anywhere. Only someone much stronger would have a chance to keep Hector's soul from returning. Thankfully, Citak is not a demon with a huge dominion over souls, and he was with his guard lowered, thinking that Hector is at his mercy. So, he didn't try to hurt Hector's soul or anything. Eidolon looks at the gem again, and watches the things dissipate in red dust. So you're not even letting me keep a little spoil, huh? Wait till I'm strong enough and let's see I stealing your dominion, bitch. He thinks being weaker than someone else is not pleasant. And the fact that the Citak can simply throw the gem again on Earth to another avatar to pick annoys him. Going back to the Xavier mansion, Eidolon drops Cain Marco at the professor's feet. Here. Sorry for the trouble. Eidolon says I think we that should apologize and thank you for your help, Eidolon. Xavier says nah, probably. Someone sent him here to test me. I don't believe in coincidences. If you enter in his mind, tell me later who. Shadow, let's go. Eidolon says, and the professor nods. Cassandra walks to him carrying his mantle. Eidolon can smell different things from his mantle. Did some of the girls use it while I was gone? He asks himself, are you coming, Mikhail?